Expand your vocabulary with our core 2,000 words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free English ebook before it's gone.
Want to speak real English from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at EnglishClass101.com.
Hi everybody, welcome back. I'm joined today again in the studio by
Michael. Hey everybody.
And today we're going to be talking about our favorite English that we use without even thinking about it. So these are things that we just say. We say just so often, and they come really, really naturally to us. So that might be kind of helpful for you to hear about some of the things that we like to say. So I guess I'll start us off for this one.
Go ahead.
The first one that I've picked, I think I picked really simple phrases this time around. The first one that I've chosen is the phrase, I know. I know. I like to use this to agree with my friends a lot. So if my friend gives me some kind of interesting information, I go, I know, or I know, or something just to show that I'm listening to them and that I agree. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm already, I don't know, like I've learned the information or something like that. It's an agreement phrase that I like to use with my friends. Is this something that, yeah?
Yeah. That's funny you said that, because before you explained like the tone and gave an example of how you say it, I thought of it on the opposite side. To me, it sounded like a kid who's just like, I know, mom. Giving them like, you need to do this and this and this. I know. I'm trying to think, do men, I mean, these are gender roles. You can say whatever you want, but I'm trying to think. I know. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever said it like that.
Really?
I'm sorry.
Maybe it is a gender thing. Maybe it's more common among women than it is among men. But I feel like maybe it's just in a movie, or maybe it's because of where I'm from, that people will say, like, if you watch the last video, for example, dude, I know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but your point about kids saying that is so funny. Like when you get in trouble, I know, saying it like that, it has a different meaning. It's another exercise in intonation, maybe, this word, I know, or this phrase, rather. Okay, cool. So there's one. What's your first one?
So my first word is not really a word. It's spelled a couple different ways, is psh. Psh. So this is something I didn't realize that I do a lot, or say a lot, or whatever, but it's it's a sound that English speakers make that shows disapproval. So, I don't know. Like, okay, for example, the kid who's talking to a parent, and then the parent says, you need to do your homework. I know. But no, seriously, you need to get into a good Psh, mom, whatever.
Yeah.
So maybe the same as like whatever. Psh.
Yeah, psh is good. There are a lot of variations on psh. Whenever you don't want to hear what the other person is saying, you can use psh. Or I see another one that I like to use, PFFFFT. That one's harder to say, though. It's not so natural, but I think psh is good. Any sort of p kind of sound, or nah, just any sort of just nonsensical phrase said like that means I don't want to listen to what you're saying. Yeah, that's a great one. That's a great one. I use that all the time too. Oh,
I wish I didn't use it as much as I did, but so.
I suppose so. I see what you mean. Okay. All right. Well, onward, I guess. My next word is anyway. Anyway, I like to use to transition between two things, to transition between ideas. I also like to use it when I've been talking for way too long and I need to make an exit from the conversation. Usually I use anyway with kind of a ... at the end, like anyway. And I don't finish saying anything after that. It's just sort of a little sidle out of the conversation.
Yeah. Anyway. So I use this word a lot, actually. I'm glad you said that. Actually, some of my students asked me, they said, what are some good words that connect two ideas or something like that, like a beginning, like first, second, these kinds of words. And I noticed, and I never noticed this before, it actually relates to this question, that a lot of the things that you look up that are transition words, we don't ever use in speech. It doesn't sound natural, but you have to use synonyms, you have to switch it up if you're writing.
Yeah.
Speaking, I say anyway almost every other sentence.
Really?
Maybe I do it too much. Well, not that much, but a lot. I realize even typing, even business emails, I say it all of the time. Like, it's kind of like, well, anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe because I go on tangents a lot. So for me, I use it not as much as the anyway, ... I usually do the anyway, back to what I was saying, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's a good point about it being used for transitions. So a lot of my students are the same way. They'll pick like a really, really formal, almost businessy term to use to transition in their speech, and it doesn't really sound so natural. But something like anyway, or like you said, well, or so, is much better to use in conversation, I think. Cool. Okay. Anyway.
Dun, dun. Seriously. So seriously, this is another one. Always the intonation. This is our thing is intonation, I guess. But seriously can be said in a lot of different ways. For me, maybe the most common is the same as when you say really. Just kind of like seriously. Like, did that actually happen? No way. Really?
Yeah.
Anytime you go up like that, it's a rhetorical question. You don't actually want an answer. Just like wow. Same thing as wow. And then there's also when someone does something stupid and you just look and you, seriously? Yeah. But that's less common. That's, kind of
Really?
Seriously?
No, really. I mean, I use it the way that you just described it to like if I see, I don't know, somebody is walking on the street in front of me and maybe they stop and they don't have any consideration for the people behind them on the street. I might go, seriously?
Maybe you're right.
Whenever, like, is this really happening? Did you just make this decision? So maybe I use it when I'm talking to myself more. Not so much, I don't necessarily verbalize.
Yeah, those are fighting words.
Yeah.
Those are fighting words.
Yeah.
So, no, you're right. I think maybe driving, same thing.
Yeah, road
seriously?
rage.
Or, I mean, are you kidding me? Well, I don't want to say the bad version of it, but this is what I'm thinking when I'm driving. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You're right. But it's usually to yourself, because otherwise it's pretty aggressive.
That's true, yeah. So don't say it to the other person. But yeah, you're right in terms of when you're talking to your friends and you want to ask, did that really happen to you? Seriously? Yeah, it's super useful. Okay. Is it my turn again? Okay, last one for me. My last one is one I use all the time in a number of situations. I've chosen I don't know. This is great for, of course, when you don't know the answer to something. But I think when you don't know the answer to something like a math question or whatever, it's better to say I don't know. But when you use the contracted dunno form of don't know, it just shows kind of that it's not a serious issue. It's not something you're overly concerned with. You're just, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't have an idea. It's kind of like saying, what do you think? Or just, this is all I've got, So I don't know. Do you use this? That's
Yes.
how I use it.
No, that's a really good one. The same thing as anyway. I type this a lot. I say IDK, which is the acronym for it. I would never say IDK out loud. Don't say IDK. That sounds kind of stupid. I'm sorry, in my opinion. But you say I don't know. I don't know. I say that all the time because I think it's just a nice way to be humble, really. Because maybe you do know or you think you know, but it's a nice way to be like, I'm not sure, what do you think? It's a nice, it tones down your tone. You don't sound as authoritative, as aggressive. You say, I don't know, do you want to eat Chinese food tonight?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, we can eat whatever you want. What do you think?
Yeah, it's like a really nice softener like that. If you want to introduce, like an offer, if you have an idea about something but you're not sure how the other person feels, you can just say, I don't know, what do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do?
But that's usually the thing that they say, I don't know, what do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do? Okay, just make a decision. We're going to go to YouTube and we're going to watch some videos at EnglishClass101.com.
Wow, nice.
Okay, anyway.
Okay, so that's some English that we use without thinking about it all the time. I think that they're pretty useful phrases and they're a little bit fun too. If you have some English that you like to use from time to time or that you just find comes out of your mouth without thinking about it, please leave us a comment and let us know what it is. And
yeah, so also this is a tough one because if you use it without thinking about it, it's hard for us to realize what those words are. So if there are any words you hear English people say and you're curious, also leave that in a comment any way you can. And anyway, I think that's about all we have. Anything else?
I think that's all. So give them a try and we will see you again next time when we have more fun stuff to talk about. Thank you. Bye. In this video, you'll learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in English. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Welcome to the 800 Core English Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in English. But there's a twist. With each new lesson in this series, we'll include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at EnglishClass101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally master English. Okay, let's get started. First is watch. 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 So when we use watch to talk about a noun, it's referring to the clock you can wear on your wrist. Do you have a watch? Do you have a watch? Do you have a watch? Glasses. 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 So glasses are eyewear. We wear glasses so that we can see better or so that we can block the sun from our eyes. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear glasses. Jacket. 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 So a jacket is usually a light piece of clothing. It keeps you a little bit warmer in autumn or maybe in spring. That jacket looks nice on you. That jacket looks nice on you. That jacket looks nice on you. Receive. 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 So to receive something means to get something. Get sounds a little bit more casual than receive. To receive a confession of love. To receive a confession of love. To receive a confession of love. Search. 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 So the word search means to look for something. Search tends to sound a little bit more formal than look for. It'll show up if you search on the internet. It'll show up if you search on the internet. It will show up if you search on the internet. Take. 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 So take means to remove something from another place or to choose something. Please take me home. Please take me home. Please take me home. Week. Week. Weak. So this word is the opposite of the word strong. It means something that doesn't have a lot of power. A weak team. A weak team. A weak team. Strong. 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 So strong is the opposite of weak. Strong refers to something that has lots and lots of power. Be strong and don't give up. Be strong and don't give up. Be strong and don't give up. Cold. 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 So the word cold typically refers to temperature. When the temperature is low, we describe the feeling as cold. The North Pole is cold, even in summer. The North Pole is cold, even in summer. The North Pole is cold, even in summer. Hot. 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 So hot is the opposite of cold. Hot is used when the temperatures are warm. The temperatures are very, very high. We describe the feeling with hot. The tea is still hot. The tea is still hot. The tea is still hot. Funny. 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 So the word funny refers to something that causes us to laugh. Funny sitcoms make me happy. Funny sitcoms make me happy. Funny sitcoms make me happy. Peach. peach, peach. So a peach is a well-known fruit. It's kind of sweet. I'm allergic to peaches. I'm allergic to peaches. I am allergic to peaches. Orange, orange, orange. So orange can refer to the fruit or it can refer to the color orange. I drink orange juice in the morning. I drink orange juice in the morning. I drink orange juice in the morning. Potato, potato, potato. So a potato is a very, very popular food. We make all kinds of things with potatoes, French fries, mashed potatoes, and so on. Fried potato is not good for your health. Fried potato is not good for your health. Fried potato is not good for your health. Soybean, soybean, soybean. So a soybean is an ingredient that people may use to create other things, like milk, for example. Soybeans grow inside the pods. Soybeans grow inside the pods. Soybeans grow inside the pods. Vegetable, vegetable, vegetable. So a vegetable is a food that's good for you. So there are many different kinds of vegetables, carrots, zucchinis, so on. I ate fried vegetables. I ate fried vegetables. I ate fried vegetables. Cow, cow, cow. So a cow is a farm animal. We use cows for dairy and for milk and for beef. The cows are grazing in the field. The cows are grazing in the field. The cows are grazing in the field. Pig, pig, pig. A pig is another farm animal, usually very low to the ground and pink or kind of gray in color. We use these for meat. Pigs are intelligent animals. Pigs are intelligent animals. Pigs are intelligent animals. Horse, horse, horse. So a horse, another farm animal, is used a lot more for entertainment, for like racing activities. Have you ever ridden a horse before? Have you ever ridden a horse before? Have you ever ridden a horse before? Snow, snow, snow. So snow is a type of weather. It's precipitation, so that means it's rain, it's water from the sky, but that is frozen. There's a lot of snow on the mountain. There's a lot of snow on the mountain. There is a lot of snow on the mountain. Well done! In this lesson, you expanded your vocabulary and learned 20 new useful words. Click the link in the description and sign up for free at EnglishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you'll need for daily life conversations. You'll also get example sentences, custom flashcard decks, and other learning resources. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Want to speak real English from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at EnglishClass101.com.
Welcome to EnglishClass101.com's English in 3 minutes, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn English. Hey everyone, I'm Alicia. In this series, we're going to learn some easy ways to ask and answer common questions in English. It's really useful and it only takes 3 minutes. In this lesson, you're going to learn some ways to get in touch with someone after you have met them once already. In a lot of textbooks, you've probably seen the question, "What's your phone number?" What's your phone number? It's a very useful question. But there are two problems with it. First, it can sound a little too direct, especially when talking to members of the opposite sex. And second, people use the phone a lot less these days than they used to. Instead, they might prefer to connect by email or on a social network like Facebook. To start, though, a simple variation on "What's your phone number?" that sounds a little less direct is, "Could I get your number?" Could I get your number? We start the sentence with could, which softens the request. Next say I, then get, and finally your number, which is short for your phone number. This question is slightly casual, but it can be used in almost any situation. Recently, many people prefer to use email rather than the phone to communicate. Asking someone for his or her email address is also a little less direct than asking for their phone number. Could I get your email address? Could I get your email address? We just took "Could I get your number?" and replaced number with email address. It's that simple. Could I get your email address? If someone asks you either of these questions, you can reply by saying, "Sure, my phone number is," "Sure, my phone number is," or "Sure, my email address is," "Sure, my email address is," or "Sure, it's," and then say your phone number or email address at the end. By the way, if you're having any trouble with numbers, check out EnglishClass101.com's core word lists for these and other key vocabulary words. Each word comes with a picture, audio samples so you can perfect your pronunciation, and sample sentences and phrases so you can master its use in a sentence. Recently, many people use social networks like Facebook or LinkedIn or an online chatting service like Skype to communicate. People might ask you about these, especially if they are younger. If someone wants to connect with you through one of these services, they may simply ask, "Are you on?" followed by the name of the service. Are you on Facebook? Are you on Facebook? Are you on LinkedIn? Are you on LinkedIn? Are you on Skype? Are you on Skype? To answer, you can simply say, "Yes, I am," or "No, I'm not." If you respond with "Yes, I am," the other person may ask how they can connect with you on one of these services. Of course, if you're not on one of these services, they won't be able to contact you. If you still would like to stay in touch with the person, though, you can say, "No, but my email address is," or "No, but my phone number is," and then say your email address or phone number. By telling the other person a different way they can contact you, you'll show them that you want to hear from them. Now it's time for Alicia's advice. If you ask someone for their phone number, their email address, or some other form of contact information, they will usually give it to you if you have gotten to know them a little beforehand. If you ask too early in the conversation, though, they may be hesitant about sharing that information. The key is to make sure you talk for some time before requesting this kind of personal information. In this lesson, we learned how to ask for a person's contact information. But what's the best way to ask someone to meet you later? Find out next time in the 7th English in 3 Minutes lesson. See you next time!
Hi everybody and welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia and today we're going to talk about 10 ways to help improve your pronunciation. This is going to be a good one, I think. So let's go! Sing along to a favorite song. All right, so the first tip for improving your pronunciation is to sing along to a favorite song. So if you, I should add though, this favorite song should be in your target language. So if you're studying English, pick a favorite English song and sing along to that song. Or try to sing to the song just from memory too. So singing along to your favorite song can help you with pronunciation, can help you with the rhythm sometimes of the language you're trying to learn. So it can be really fun, and it can be a good way to practice your pronunciation. In a sentence, I like singing along to my favorite songs. Read out loud. The next tip for your pronunciation is to read out loud. So reading out loud, you can choose something that's interesting for you in English, if English is the language you're studying. So pick something, maybe it's a news article, or maybe it's a book you're interested in. Maybe there's an author you're interested in. Find something in your target language, in English, and try reading it out loud. So don't just read in your mind, but read the words out loud. Speak them so that you can get comfortable pronouncing those words. And you can try reading the same passage or the same sentence multiple times to make it smoother. So this can be a really good tip I think it also improves your natural ability to pick up grammar too, because if you're reading something like in a book, for example, you can kind of pick up the natural rhythm of grammar, and you also slowly get a feeling for the correct ways that words should connect together. So this, I think, is a really good tip. In a sentence, I sometimes read out loud to practice pronunciation. That's true. Repeat lines you hear in TV shows. The next tip is to repeat lines you hear or the words you hear in TV shows or movies, things like that. So this means not only words, don't only repeat single vocabulary words. Yes, maybe you find a vocabulary word that is really interesting or it sounds funny or something like that. But by repeating a full sentence or a full line in a TV show or in a movie, you're putting the words together. So not just one word, but making a whole sentence. So feeling kind of the flow of your language that you're studying. So this can be a better way to actually practice making sentences and repeating sentences instead of just words. So you can repeat after characters in TV shows. I sometimes do this when I'm like watching Japanese TV. I'm like, and then I try and spit it back out. It's hard to do sometimes when it's like the first time you've heard a word or the first time you've heard a grammar point, but you can still understand that sentence. It's interesting, so try to say it. It's kind of fun, actually, I think. In a sentence, try repeating lines from TV shows to practice. Practice speaking in phrases, not single vocabulary words. The next tip, this is very similar to my TV show tip, is to practice speaking in phrases, not in vocabulary words, not just single vocabulary words. Even if you're not repeating lines from TV shows, when you practice speaking, don't just speak in nouns. So sometimes, for example, I'll hear people just use noun, like they'll use a noun and maybe a verb, like I, tomorrow, beach, something like that. And yes, we can probably guess based on that how, like the meaning, the speaker's meaning, but you need to practice making a whole sentence. So yes, you know those words, I, tomorrow, and beach, and the listener can probably guess what you mean, but you need to practice all those little words in the middle, like I'm going to the beach tomorrow. So make a full sentence. Practice making full sentences. Don't only practice single vocabulary words. Make the whole line. It's really good. Sometimes I think my students get irritated. Like I force them to practice full sentences. Like, so I'll say like, have you ever been to Germany? And they'll say, yes. I'm like, okay, for the purposes of practice, can you make a full sentence? And they'll say, I have been to Germany. Like, that's an extreme example, but like I try to push that, making the full sentence. It's silly sometimes, but just trying to do that. Okay, so in a sentence, speaking in entire phrases is helpful for practicing the rhythm of a new language. Speak a lot with your teacher and ask them to be strict with you. Onwards. Okay, so the next tip is to speak a lot with your teacher and ask them to be strict with you. So this is kind of two tips in one. One, speak with your teacher. So if you have a teacher, make sure you're speaking in their class if wherever possible. Sometimes I'll have students join my class and maybe they feel shy or whatever. and they don't speak very much. But please speak with your teacher so that your teacher can correct you. Your teacher can give you, at least if they're a native speaker, or maybe even if they aren't a native speaker, your teacher can give you corrections. And if you don't speak, your teacher cannot help you in most cases. So please speak with your teacher. And if you like, you can tell them, please be strict about my pronunciation. So sometimes people will say, please help me with my pronunciation specifically. And then I can stop them every time they make a mistake, and we practice that sound. Especially TH sounds, like the th, like using your mouth a little bit differently can be really uncomfortable for some people, but if your teacher can point out those things like TH sounds, the, this, that, these, those TH sounds, ending ER sounds, practicing those with your teacher can be a really good way to work on your pronunciation. So in a sentence, speak a lot with your teacher. They can correct you and help you improve. Try recording yourself speaking and play it back. The next tip for practicing your pronunciation is to try recording yourself speaking and listen to it. Play it back and listen to it. So it might sound a little bit strange, but when we're speaking, maybe we don't hear certain things, maybe our little idiosyncrasies or the little special things that we do when we speak. Maybe we don't hear them as we speak. But when we listen to ourselves later, we notice them. So for example, when I watch this video, when I watch any of these videos, I notice little things that I didn't notice now when I'm filming the video. So the same can apply to your pronunciation. When you listen to yourself speak, you might hear something that you don't notice when you're speaking. So this can be a good way to kind of remove yourself, to go outside your body a little bit and listen to yourself from the listener's perspective. So this might be a tip to try. In a sentence, sometimes you hear yourself more clearly on a recording. Do shadowing exercises. All right, the next tip for pronunciation is to do shadowing exercises. So a shadowing exercise, there are textbooks and I think resources on the maybe on the website. Actually, I think you could use the website. Any English listening or anything in your target language, when you listen to that, as the speaker is speaking, you quickly repeat back what the speaker is saying. So as you're listening to it, you repeat it almost immediately. So you're trying to match their pronunciation as closely, as accurately as possible. This is called a shadowing exercise. So I've seen some cases where people or textbooks will recommend doing 15 minutes of shadowing each day or something like that. Or maybe you can do a shadowing exercise listening to a podcast or listening to the news or something you might find on the website here. So that's a really good way to work on your pronunciation and to get familiar with using those sounds kind of more naturally, the way a native speaker would. So this can be a good tip to improve your pronunciation. In a sentence, try shadowing a native speaker to improve your pronunciation. Chat with native speakers. So yeah, the next tip is to chat with native speakers. So chatting with native speakers, of course, is a great way, A, to make friends, B, to pick up new vocabulary, C, to get familiar with grammar and slang, but also it can help your pronunciation. Not all native speakers speak with exactly the same pronunciation. So you might hear slight differences depending on the country, depending on the region in a country a native speaker comes from. So there are many different kinds of pronunciations, there are many different pronunciations, but when you chat with native speakers, you can kind of understand the different pronunciations that are out there. And maybe it can help you be more consistent in your presentation, in your pronunciation too. So this could be a good way to improve your pronunciation, but of course it's important in general for learning a language, I think. In a sentence, chatting with native speakers is an important part of learning a language. Do pronunciation drills. The next tip is to do pronunciation drills. So if you know that there's a sound, if you know that there's something that you always struggle with, try drilling it. So a drill, to drill something means to repeat a lot. So you might hear this word used for like sports and fitness, like you drill a skill, which means to practice something a lot and intensively. So if you know that there's like the TH sound is really difficult for you, maybe take 10 minutes and do a pronunciation drill on those sounds for, every day for a month or something. So if you know that there's a specific sound that's difficult for you, consider trying just some very specific pronunciation drills. That can mean just making that sound repeatedly, or maybe reading a text out loud that has a lot of that kind of pronunciation. I think you can find a few different ways to drill, to practice intensively those parts of pronunciation that are difficult for you. So in a sentence, try doing pronunciation drills for the sounds you have trouble making. Find words that are particularly interesting to you. So I think maybe this is the last tip. Is to find words that are particularly interesting to you. So maybe there's a word that sounds really funny, or maybe you found a really long word in English, or a really interesting word, a word that has an interesting history, whatever. If you can find words that are interesting to you, then maybe you can put some extra emphasis on pronouncing them correctly. So if you're actually enjoying the words that you're learning, then I think it'll become more important for you to express that accurately in your speech. And so focusing on those words maybe, and in pronouncing those words correctly, perhaps that can help you apply that same pronunciation in this interesting word. Maybe the pronunciation of that word, or some of the parts of that word, you can find that in other words, in other places throughout your target language. So if you enjoy a particular word and focus on expressing that word, pronouncing that word accurately, it can help you maybe apply that pronunciation in other parts of the language. So give it a try. In a sentence, take extra care to pronounce words of particular interest correctly. That's the end. So those are 10 tips to help you improve your pronunciation. If there's anything else that you do to work on your pronunciation, or if you have any questions, please leave us a comment and let us know about it. Please make sure to like this video too if you haven't liked it already, and also subscribe to our channel as well. Thanks very much for watching this episode of Top Words, and we will see you again soon. Bye!
Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Thanksgiving is one of the most celebrated holidays in the United States. It also marks the beginning of the holiday season, the weeks leading up to Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and the winter solstice, which are all widely celebrated holidays in the US. For retailers, Thanksgiving begins their busiest season. Thanksgiving is celebrated on the fourth Thursday of November. Thanksgiving was founded as a national holiday by one of the most famous presidents of the United States. Do you know who it might have been? We'll show you the answer at the end of this video. Thanksgiving, to a large extent, is about having a feast with friends and family. Turkey is the traditional main course, with yams, squash, pumpkin pie, cranberries, and other rich and filling foods rounding out the meal. Some families spend weeks preparing for their Thanksgiving feast, and to stuff oneself is most certainly encouraged. The Thanksgiving meal of today is rooted in the meal that the Pilgrims from Europe shared with the Native Americans on the first Thanksgiving. This was quite a feast. Turkey, duck, goose, squash, corn, and a plethora of other foods were shared between the Europeans and the Native Americans. This original fete was said to go on for 3 full days. Football is another tradition during Thanksgiving celebrations in the United States. Watching the football game while preparing the Thanksgiving meal is an important part of the celebration for many families. Families that aren't sports fans, however, may opt to spend the time outside, enjoying the crisp autumn air, or may find other diversions to enjoy while the turkey cooks. Thanksgiving is not a uniquely American holiday. There are similar celebrations in Canada, for instance. The concept behind the holiday, showing thankfulness by having a feast, spans many cultures. And now, here's the answer to the quiz. Do you know who founded Thanksgiving as a national holiday? Abraham Lincoln established Thanksgiving during the dark days of the American Civil War. Even though the holiday was officially born during this conflict, it's more associated with the initially good relations between the first European immigrants and the Native Americans. How was this lesson? Did you learn something interesting? Is there a day in your country where you give thanks? Please leave a comment at EnglishClass101.com. Until next time! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Welcome back to Top Words. In this lesson, we're going to look at the top 20 useful phrases for small talk. Before we get started, a quick note, you can find for free from the link below this video in the YouTube description a bunch of PDF conversation and phrase cheat sheets. So if you want to work on building your vocabulary or building your everyday phrase knowledge, you should check these out. I think this survival phrases one is a pretty good one for today's lesson. You can use these expressions around your town throughout the day. And of course, there are many other topics to look at too. So don't forget to check these out. You can find this from the link below the video on YouTube. Okay, let's get on with the video. You look great. You look great. So, you look great is a good way to greet another person. You should use this when someone has had a new haircut, or maybe they have a new shirt or something cool that they're wearing. You want to express that someone looks really nice, you can say, you look great. Next is, how are things? How are things? So how are things is like a more casual way of saying, how are you? How are things means like, how are things in your life? Things here means everything. Your job, your work, whatever, your school, your relationships, your family. How are things in general? Okay, let's go to the next phrase. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. What a coincidence is used to express surprise. So this word is spelled kind of strangely. It's pronounced coincidence, coincidence. It means that two or more things that you might not expect to happen at the same time or in the same way did happen. So for example, if you meet a coworker unexpectedly when you're shopping, or you go to a coffee shop and you see someone you know there, you might say, wow, what a coincidence. So you didn't expect this thing to happen, but here you are. So you can express your surprise with this expression, like, oh, what a coincidence. I ran into you at the coffee shop. Who'd have thought? Okay, let's get on to the next expression. That's great. That's great. Okay, so that's great is good to know. It's a super basic expression, but you can use it to respond to someone else's good news. Someone shares something positive, happy, good, whatever it is, just say, that's great. You can change great out for awesome or super or whatever it is you feel like. But that's great is a good basic phrase you can use just about any time. Okay, let's get to the next expression. Next is, good for you. Good for you. Okay, so good for you is used to express like happiness for another person's good news. So this is different from that's great, because good for you is like kind of noting that someone made an improvement in their life. Someone did something that was good for them specifically. So maybe someone started a new exercise habit and it's really positive. Or maybe they ended a bad relationship, or they started a new job at a good place. In those cases where someone has made some personal improvement, you can say, good for you, good for you. Okay, on to the next expression. How are you? How are you? So how are you is a super basic greeting. You can use it with anybody in your life, really. How are you is generally not replied to seriously. We usually just say, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm okay, how are you? So you don't really need to take this expression too seriously, but just say, how are you, to show you're thinking of the other person. Okay, on to the next expression. Next is everything going fine? Is everything going fine? So this expression, and one that I personally would use, I would probably say, is everything going okay? Is used if maybe you think the other person might be struggling with something, or they might have some kind of challenge or maybe some kind of problem. It's kind of used to say, like, do you want to talk about something, or do you want to discuss something? You could use it if you're concerned. You can also just use it as like an everyday greeting, like, hey, how are you? Is everything going okay? So just to show that you're thinking of the other person's life. But yeah, if you use a more concerned tone with this, like, is everything going okay? You can show that you've maybe noticed something about the other person too. And you might want to show it's okay to talk about it. So depending on your intonation, you can communicate some different ideas with this expression. All right, on to the next one. You won't believe this. You won't believe this. Okay, you won't believe this is used before you share like some kind of surprising information or exciting information. You might also hear, you're not gonna believe this, which is a reduced form of you are not going to believe this. You won't believe this, but is very common. So it's like saying, I have something so surprising that you probably will not believe the information, but here it is. So you can share something surprising or exciting with this phrase. Okay, onward. Next is, I haven't seen you for ages. I haven't seen you for ages. Okay, so use this expression instead of long time no see, or you can use them together, like long time no see, I haven't seen you for ages. So an age is a very long time, the word age. So ages is therefore a very, very long time, multiple ages. So when you say I haven't seen you for ages, it means I haven't seen you in a very long time. You use this as a greeting. As I said, hey, long time no see, I haven't seen you in ages, how have you been? For example. Okay, next expression. The next expression is, that's terrible. That's terrible. Okay, so when someone shares bad news, something bad that happened to them, you should respond with something that shows you understand their point of view. Say, that's terrible, or that's awful, or that's too bad. So terrible means very bad. So if you want to sound like, really caring about something bad that happened to another person, use this expression. You lost your job? Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, on to the next expression. I'd better let you go. I'd better let you go. Okay, I'd better let you go. This is the reduced form of I had better let you go. We use this when we're talking to someone on the phone, or maybe when we're having an in-person conversation in the office. To let someone go means like to release them from something. In this case, to release them from a conversation. So when you say, I'd better let you go, it's showing, I think you're busy. It's showing the other person you understand they're busy and they have something to do. So if you're talking to a busy person and you realize, oh my gosh, we talked for so long, we've been talking for a long time, you can say, sorry, I'd better let you go, meaning I recognize you're a busy person and you need to do other things. So use this to end a conversation quickly. Of course, you can also use this to escape a conversation you are ready to be finished with. Okay, let's go to the next expression. Next is, did you catch the news today? Did you catch the news today? So use this as a greeting or as a way to start a conversation if you want to talk about current events. So did you catch the news today, or did you see the news this morning is also okay. It just shows you want to talk about recent events with someone. So use this maybe with someone that you're okay to talk about these kinds of topics with. Okay, on to the next phrase. Nice day outside, isn't it? Nice day outside, isn't it? Nice day outside just refers to the weather. So you can use any kind of weather and follow it with isn't it? You can use rainy today, isn't it? Or, oh, windy today, isn't it? So that isn't it shows you're looking for confirmation from the other person. Nice day outside, isn't it? And of course, you can drop outside if you really want to. Of course, the weather is outside, but this is just an expression that we use. Or nice day today would also be okay. So you're just starting a conversation by talking about the weather and finding a small point you can both agree upon. Okay, on to the next expression. Next is, have you been waiting long? Have you been waiting long? Use have you been waiting long when you are supposed to meet another person and maybe they arrive before you and you're worried that they waited a long time for you. So if you, for example, were supposed to meet at 1 o'clock and you arrive at 1:15, you might say to the other person, have you been waiting long? So you don't know how long that person has been waiting. Maybe they got there 15 minutes early. You're showing that you have concern for their time with this expression. Have you been waiting long? Sorry. Okay, next is, it's good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Use this expression when you're hosting a party, hosting an event, or maybe you have a guest in your office, someone who's not usually around is in your circle for the day. You can say, it's good to have you here, or it's nice to have you here. That shows that you recognize that they are a new person, but you want them to feel welcome. It's good to have you here. You could use this at a house party, a dinner event, and so on. Okay, next expression is, what brings you here? What brings you here? Okay, so this question is a much softer way of saying, why are you here? So if you say, why are you here? It might sound a little too direct. Instead, say, what brings you here? You could say maybe, why did you decide to come to this event if you want? Or you could ask, what brings you here today specifically? So these are all ways to say, why did you come here? But they sound much softer and less aggressive. Okay, on to the next expression. Do you mind me asking? Do you mind me asking? Okay, do you mind me asking is used before a topic or before a question that might be a little bit sensitive. So if you want to ask about a person's age maybe, or if you want to ask about maybe where a person works or maybe where they're from, it could be any kind of information that you feel is a little bit sensitive. You can use, do you mind me asking before you ask that. For example, you might say, do you mind me asking, how old are you? Or do you mind me asking, where are you from? So it shows that you are concerned. It might be a slightly sensitive question, and it gives the other person the option to refuse. So do you mind me asking? So you can use this in more sensitive topics, I think. Okay, next expression. Are you from around here? Are you from around here? Are you from around here is a first-time greeting question. So you've just met someone, you've exchanged names, you can say, are you from around here? That means, is your hometown or the place where you grew up near where we are now? Are you from around this area specifically? So this is maybe a more casual way of saying, where are you from? It's suggesting that the other person might be from the local region. Are you from around here? I just moved. Okay, next expression is, I need your help with this matter. I need your help with this matter. Okay, this is a rather formal expression. You would not use this with your friends or your family members. It sounds too formal. Use this at work or maybe in a study, more professional kind of polite study situation. I need your help with this matter, or just I need your help with this. I probably would not say matter in this sentence, but you might see it or hear it from time to time. So use this when you need someone's assistance with something and you need to be polite about it. Like, I need your help with this paper I'm writing. Could you please take a look at it? So I need your help with this. So use that expression when you want to politely ask someone for help. Okay, let's get to the last expression. Have fun. Have fun. So use have fun when someone else is going to do something that seems fun. So you say goodbye to your family members before they leave for an exciting trip. You could say, have fun. Or you see your coworkers at the end of the day. They decide to go for drinks, but you're feeling tired, but you want to wish them well. You can say, have fun, and say goodbye in that way. So have fun is a very positive, happy expression. Some people will use it to sound a little bit sarcastic if they want to attend something, but they're not attending. But generally, we use this in a very positive way to say goodbye. I hope you have a good time. All right, that brings us to the end of the top 20 useful phrases for small talk. What did you think? You can let us know in the comments. And don't forget to click the link in the description to get your free PDF cheat sheets to learn even more useful English words and phrases. You can download them to any device or print them out. They're yours to keep, so click the link and get them for free. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye! In this video, you'll learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in English. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Welcome to the 800 Core English Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in English. But there's a twist. With each new lesson in this series, we'll include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at EnglishClass101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally master English. Okay, let's get started. First is hopeful. 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 Hopeful describes the feeling that you have when you have a very positive expectation of something. I'm hopeful that my next summer vacation will be very good. I'm hopeful that my next summer vacation will be very good. I am hopeful that my next summer vacation will be very good. Deep. 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 Deep refers to something that is far below the surface of something else, like with water or maybe with caves as well. This pool is too deep for me. This pool is too deep for me. This pool is too deep for me. Shallow. 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 Shallow is the opposite of deep. It refers to something that's very close to the surface of something else. Don't worry, the water is very shallow here. Don't worry, the water is very shallow here. Don't worry, the water is very shallow here. Rich. 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 Rich refers to someone that has a lot of money. We can also use this to talk about food, something that has a lot of flavor. His father is a rich man. His father is a rich man. His father is a rich man. Poor. 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 Poor is the opposite of rich when talking about wealth. It refers to someone who does not have a lot of money. We also use the word poor to refer to something that is not of good quality. The man is poor. The man is poor. The man is poor. Monitor. 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 A monitor is a screen that you use to look at information. If you have a computer at home, you probably have a monitor. This monitor is broken. This monitor is broken. This monitor is broken. Keyboard. 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 A keyboard is the device that you use to type letters, to type words in your computer. This computer doesn't have a keyboard. This computer doesn't have a keyboard. This computer doesn't have a keyboard. Headphones. 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 Headphones are the devices that you use to listen to music. You can put them on your ears or in your ears. The girl is listening to music with headphones. The girl is listening to music with headphones. The girl is listening to music with headphones. Hiccup, hiccup, hiccup. A hiccup is something that happens in your body. It's like when air gets caught in your chest. It often happens many times in a row and can be very uncomfortable. When you have to hiccup, it's hard to talk. When you have to hiccup, it is hard to talk. When you have to hiccup, it is hard to talk. Blueberry, blueberry, blueberry. A blueberry is just as it sounds. It's a berry that is the color blue. They can be a little sweet or a little sour. Blueberries are round. Blueberries are round. Blueberries are round. Prune, prune, prune. A prune is a dried fruit. It's a dried plum. Prunes are dried plums. Prunes are dried plums. Prunes are dried plums. Mango, mango, mango. A mango is a tropical fruit. It's usually a bright orange or a yellowy orange, and it's very sweet. How much is that mango? How much is that mango? How much is that mango? Lemon, lemon, lemon. A lemon is a bright yellow citrus fruit. It's used a lot in cooking, and it has a very sharp flavor. I like tea with lemon. I like tea with lemon. I like tea with lemon. Buttocks, buttocks, buttocks. So the buttocks refers to the part of the body that we sit on. This is often abbreviated to just butt. She fell backwards, landing hard on her buttocks. She fell backwards, landing hard on her buttocks. She fell backwards, landing hard on her buttocks. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. The shoulder is this part of the body. It connects our arm to our torso. He broke his shoulder while playing football. He broke his shoulder while playing football. He broke his shoulder while playing football. Muscle, muscle, muscle. Muscle is the part of the body that allows us to move. Muscles are all throughout the body, and when we exercise, they become stronger. If you lift weights, you can build your muscles. If you lift weights, you can build your muscles. If you lift weights, you can build your muscles. Bone, bone, bone. Bone is the hard part of the body inside the body that creates the structure of our body. I have strong bones. I have strong bones. I have strong bones. Beard, beard, beard. A beard refers to hair grown on the face around the chin. Some men really like to grow beards. Santa Claus has a long white beard. Santa Claus has a long white beard. Santa Claus has a long white beard. Sweet potato, sweet potato, sweet potato. A sweet potato is as it sounds. It's a type of potato that is very sweet. You might eat these in cold weather in particular. Today I had sweet potatoes for breakfast. Today I had sweet potatoes for breakfast. Today I had sweet potatoes for breakfast. Mushroom, mushroom, mushroom. A mushroom is a fungus that you can eat. There are many different kinds of mushrooms, and they lend interesting flavors to many dishes. I love eating mushrooms. I love eating mushrooms. I love eating mushrooms. Well done! In this lesson, you expanded your vocabulary and learned 20 new useful words. And with this lesson, you've learned the 800 most common words in English. You've completed the series. Great job. Stick around to review all the words from the series one more time at the end of this video. Click the link in the description and sign up for free at EnglishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you need for daily life conversations. You'll also get example sentences, custom flashcard decks, and more learning resources. Thanks so much for watching this series. We'll see you again in another video. Bye!
Welcome to EnglishClass101.com's English in 3 minutes, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn English. Hey everyone, I'm Alicia. This series explains some easy ways to ask and answer common questions in English. It's really useful and it only takes 3 minutes. In this lesson, you're going to learn some different ways people will ask you, "Where are you from?" First, though, "Where are you from?" can mean many things. It can mean, "What city are you from?" or "What state are you from?" In fact, Americans ask this question to each other all the time to learn what part of America the other person comes from. Of course, though, it can also mean, "What country are you from?" If you want to answer this question, there are 2 ways to do it. You can say, "I'm" plus your nationality, as in, "I'm Japanese," or "I'm Brazilian." Or you can say, "I'm from" plus the country you are from, as in, "I'm from Italy," or "I'm from Thailand." If you're from a really famous city or place, you can say that too. For example, "I'm from Beijing," or "I'm from New Delhi." Many times, though, Americans won't ask, "What country are you from?" or even, "Where are you from?" In many casual situations, they will say it in a simpler way. "Where are you from?" This is just like, "Where are you from?" but they take out the "are." Where are you from? You can use this too in casual situations. Of course, in the United States, as in other parts of the world, people may be a little more indirect because they want to be polite. To do this, they might ask you if you are from the place where they meet you. For example, if you meet someone in New York, they might ask, "Are you from New York?" Or if you are in San Diego, they might ask, "Are you from San Diego?" Many parts of the United States are very multicultural, so asking the question this way avoids what could be an embarrassing mistake. You can answer this the same way you answer, "Where are you from?" Just add a simple "no" in front. For example, you can say "no" plus "I'm" plus nationality. "No, I'm French." Or "no" plus "I'm from" plus country. "No, I'm from Russia." Now it's time for Alicia's advice. Since the United States is very large, people you meet may take great pride in the place or region they come from. If you ask someone about where they're from, they may respond by saying something like West Coast, or the East Coast, or California, or the South, or the Midwest. If they answer in this way, it usually means they are interested in talking more about their region and how it differs from others. In this lesson, we learned some different ways to ask, "Where are you from?" Do you know what to ask when you don't know someone's name? Of course you do. But what do you say when you have forgotten someone's name? Find out next time in the 5th English in 3 minutes lesson. See you next time. Welcome to EnglishClass101.com's English in 3 minutes, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn English. Hey everyone, I'm Alicia. This series will teach you some easy ways to ask and answer common questions in English. It's really useful and it only takes 3 minutes. In this lesson, you're going to learn some new ways to ask someone, "What's your name?" including one that you can use when you have forgotten someone's name. Now, "What is your name?" was probably one of the first questions you learned when you started studying English. I have to tell you, though, that most native speakers of English would never say this. In English, just like in other languages, it is often more polite to be a little indirect. Of course, the easiest way to avoid asking the question directly is to not ask at all. Just introduce yourself, and most people will respond by doing the same. When introducing yourself, simple is nearly always best. Just say, "Hi, I'm Alicia." To show that you want to know the other person's name, just add "and you" at the end. "Hi, I'm Alicia. And you?" "Hi, I'm Alicia. And you?" Just like before, take out my name, Alicia, and put your name in its place. After you say this, the other person will tell you his or her name. Okay, now let's talk about an embarrassing situation that happens to everybody. You have already met this person once before, but you have forgotten their name. The most polite thing to do in this situation is to apologize and ask again. There's a simple way to do this that's also polite. "I'm sorry, what was your name again?" "I'm sorry, what was your name again?" This sentence is very similar to "What's your name?" but it has 3 important differences. First, we say, "I'm sorry." A small apology can go a long way. After that, we say, "What was your name?" This is just like, "What is your name?" But instead of is, we use the past tense was. This is really important as it tells the other person that you remember meeting them. You haven't forgotten him or her. You have just forgotten the name. This little word makes all the difference. "I'm sorry, what was your name?" Finally, we add again to the end. This is another hint that tells the other person that you remember learning his or her name before, but you just can't recall it right now. "I'm sorry, what was your name again?" This phrase is appropriate for both formal and informal situations. Now it's time for Alicia's advice. In the United States, it's normal to address people by name in conversation more than once. In both formal and informal situations, it's a way to show respect or interest in the other person and can help you make friends. It is also a great way to practice someone's name so you don't forget it. If you are talking to someone named Anne, for example, instead of just, "What do you do for fun?" you could say, "Anne, what do you do for fun?" You can also put the name at the end of the sentence. "What do you do for fun, Anne?" You don't want to say the person's name too often or it will sound a little strange. But if you practice someone's name like this, you won't forget it. And people love to hear their own name. In this lesson, we learned what to say when we forget someone's name. In the next lesson, you'll learn what to say when you want to get in touch with someone, whether by telephone, email, or even newer ways to communicate. What's your favorite? Let us know in the comments and join us next time for the 6th English in 3 minutes lesson. See you next time. Welcome to EnglishClass101.com's English in 3 minutes, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn English. Hey everyone, I'm Alicia. In this series, we're going to learn some easy ways to ask and answer common questions in English. It's really useful and it only takes 3 minutes. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to ask what someone's job is in natural English. Of course, you can just say, "What is your job?" This is correct English, but it sounds too direct and awkward. Native English speakers almost never say this in a social situation. Instead, they use a different question. But before we master that, we need to compare it to a very similar question. What are you doing? I'm presenting a video about English. What do you do? I'm an English teacher. Do you see the difference? These two questions, what are you doing and what do you do, sound similar but mean different things. The first one is asking what you are doing right now, this minute. You answer it using an ing verb. What are you doing? I'm reading. I'm watching TV. While the second is actually a shortened version of what do you do for a living? This is how we ask, what is your job in natural English? Let's practice this question. What do you do? What do you do? When native speakers of English ask this question, it can come out very fast and sound more like, what do you do? In order to tell it apart from, what are you doing? Just listen for the ing sound on the end of the question. If it's not there, then you're being asked what your job is. So how would you answer this question? Just think of it as if the other person is asking you, what is your job? You could answer with, I am, plus your job. I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. Or, I'm an engineer. If you want to learn more job names, go to EnglishClass101.com and check out the core word lists. These cover job vocabulary and more, and include a picture and audio to help you perfect your pronunciation. You can also mention the place that you work at, starting with, I work at. I work at a hospital. I work at a hospital. I work at a law firm. I work at a law firm. If you work for a big company that is well known, you can say, I work for, and then the name. I work for Microsoft. I work for Microsoft. I work for the New York Times. I work for the New York Times. Now it's time for Alicia's advice. When you ask the question, what do you do? And the other person tells you their job, it's polite to make some kind of positive comment about his or her job. For example, how interesting, or that must be exciting, or even, oh, really? Remember to sound sincere. Do you know how native English speakers ask each other what their hobbies are? Hint, we don't use the word hobbies. Find out next time in the third English in 3 minutes lesson. See you next time. Imagine you're on a plane. There's someone next to you. What do you say? Hi, Alicia here. Introducing yourself in English is easy. In this lesson, you're going to learn how with Gustavo and Henry, who meet on a plane. Gustavo's moving to New York. His family is going to join him later in the month. Henry is in the seat when Gustavo gets on the plane. Let's watch.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Hi. How do you do? I'm Gustavo.
Nice to meet you, Gustavo. I'm Henry Edens.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please? A bit slowly?
Henry Edens.
Henry Edens.
That's it. But please, call me Hank.
Hank. Nice to meet you.
Now with subtitles.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Hi. How do you do? I'm Gustavo.
Nice to meet you, Gustavo. I'm Henry Edens.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please? A bit slowly?
Henry Edens.
Henry Edens.
That's it. But please, call me Hank.
Hank. Nice to meet you.
Here are the key words from the scene.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
But.
But. But. But.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Two.
Two. Two. Two.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
How do you do?
How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? Here are the key phrases from the scene. How did Henry apologize when he realized he was in Gustavo's way?
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
In general, this expression, when used to respond to "excuse me," shows a friendly willingness to help the other person.
In this case, Henry wanted to show he was happy to move out of Gustavo's way.
You can also use it to apologize for a small mistake, like bumping into someone on the street or blocking someone's way in the aisle of a supermarket.
Now you try. Say Henry's line after Gustavo speaks.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Later, Gustavo also used the word sorry to apologize when he didn't understand Henry's name. Which phrase did he use?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
This is a very common phrase in English for many situations, but here, Gustavo uses it to indicate he didn't understand something.
Now you try. Say the line after Henry speaks.
I'm Henry Edens.
I'm sorry.
Because Gustavo did not understand something, he asked Henry to repeat what he said. To do this, what polite question did he use?
Can you say that again, please?
Can you say that again, please?
In response, English speakers will usually repeat what they have said and will use the same words.
Now you try. Ask the question after Gustavo says, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please?
Gustavo also wanted Henry to speak more slowly. To do this, what does he ask?
A bit slowly?
A bit slowly.
This is not a complete sentence, but has a clear meaning when used after, "Can you say that again, please?" In response, English speakers will slow their speech down.
Now you try. Say the phrase after Gustavo says, Can you say that again, please?
Can you say that again, please? A bit slowly?
After Gustavo said Henry's name, Henry confirmed he said it correctly. How did he do that?
That's it.
That's it.
This is like saying, "That's correct." But since the situation was friendly, "That's it" sounded more natural.
Now you try. Say the phrase after Gustavo says Henry's name correctly.
Henry Edens.
That's it.
Now the lesson focus. Here's how to introduce yourself. Ready? Do you remember how Gustavo introduced himself?
Hi, how do you do? I'm Gustavo.
When Gustavo introduced himself, he started with hi, and then used a set phrase.
How do you do?
How do you do?
This is a polite expression people often use with an introduction. It sounds like a question, but it has no particular meaning, and there's no expectation the other person will try to answer it.
Next, he says,
I'm Gustavo.
the first part of this sentence is a contraction of two words, I and am. The am here functions like an equal sign in math.
I'm.
I'm
The next word in the sentence is a name.
Gustavo.
Together it's.
I'm Gustavo.
The structure of the pattern is
Hi, how do you do? I'm
plus.
your name.
Now you try. Imagine your name is John. Say, hi, how do you do? I'm John.
Hi, how do you do? I'm John.
Now imagine your name is Eichel. Say, hi, how do you do? I'm Eichel. Hi, how do you do? I'm Eichel.
Now use your name.
Okay, there are two additional things you need to know. First, there's a shortcut for giving your name.
Just drop the I'm from the final sentence of the self-introduction.
For example, if Gustavo just said,
Hi, how do you do? Gustavo.
Henry would have understood it was his name.
This would be especially clear if Gustavo extended his hand for a handshake while saying this.
In very casual situations, you can even drop the hi and the how do you do. All that is left would be your name.
The second thing you need to know is you can use I'm with just the first name or your first name and the last name together.
I'm Henry Edens.
Edens is Henry's family name.
Using both your first name and your last name is a little more formal.
It also gives you less privacy. For example, if people know both your first and last name, they can find you on the internet more easily.
So it may be more common for strangers to say just their first name than people meeting in a more friendly environment.
Next, you'll learn how to tell people to call you by a nickname, just like Henry did in the scene.
But please call me Hank.
But please, call me Hank.
The first word in the sentence is.
But.
This word is not necessary, but it makes the transition to the rest of the sentence smoother.
Henry uses this to introduce a new piece of information.
And this information changes something about what he said before, but makes this clear.
The next word introduces a polite request.
Please.
Please.
Next is a request to use a certain name.
Call.
Call.
After this is the word
Me.
me.
Last is a common nickname for men named Henry.
Hank.
Hank.
Please call me Hank.
The sentence structure is
Please, call me.
plus.
Your nickname.
Now you try. Imagine your nickname is Matt. Say, please call me Matt.
Please, call me Matt.
Now imagine your nickname is Lulu. Say, please call me Lulu.
Please, call me Lulu.
Now use your own nickname. Say, please call me, and then use your nickname.
Finally, when you meet someone for the first time, it's polite to say a set phrase at the end.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Usually, both people will say this or something similar to it.
Now you try.
Nice to meet you.
Now it's time to practice your new ability. Let's practice.
This is your chance to introduce yourself. Try to remember what you learned and practice by speaking aloud.
It's your first day in the US, and you're meeting your new neighbor. Ready? Here we go.
What's the first thing you say to someone you've just met? Hi, how do you do?
How do you tell someone your name?
I'm name.
I'm Henry Edens.
How do you tell someone your nickname? Please call me your nickname.
Please call me Hank.
What's the last thing you say to someone you've just met?
Nice to meet you.
Great job. You've just introduced yourself. You'll follow this same pattern many times, so be sure to practice it.
Well done. Now, watch the scene one more time. After that, go and practice with all your American friends, or with us in the comments. Bye!
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Hi, how do you do? I'm Gustavo.
Nice to meet you, Gustavo. I'm Henry Edens.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please? A bit slowly?
Henry Edens.
Henry Edens.
That's it, but please call me Hank.
Hank, nice to meet you.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Today we're going to be talking about simple past tense. We're going to talk about how to make simple past tense statements in English. So let's get started. Okay, so first let's talk about when we should use the simple past tense. Simple past tense statements for today are for actions that started and ended in the past. So these are things that both started or began and ended in the past. Both of those must be true to use simple past tense. The second point for today is these are actions which happened at a specific point in time. So a specific point in time can be yesterday, it can be an hour ago, it can be last year, it can be when you were a kid. All of these are a specific point in time, but the key is that we know when the action happened. So specific point in time is point 2 for this grammar point. Third, we can use simple past tense for repeated actions in the past. So things you did every week or every month or every year, every summer, every hour if you like. But one point about this, make sure to include a frequency indicator if you want to talk about an action that repeated in the past. Frequency indicator, for example, I just mentioned a few: every week, every month, every year. So frequency meaning how often, an indicator shows how often you did that. So you can use repeated actions with past tense to show let's see, something you did a lot in the past, for example. So to give you a visual, the past is down here, now is this point here, and future is up here. When we use the simple past tense, it's an action that started and ended in the past, somewhere before now. That's one. It's at a specific point in time. So this action and this action, we know when they happened. It could be this morning, it could be yesterday, for example, but we know when these actions happened. Third, we can use for repeated actions, so maybe these actions repeat, but we know
when the repetition happened. We know when we repeated these actions. So it's okay to use simple past tense to describe those. Okay, so now we know when we should use simple past tense. We know why we should use simple past tense. But how do we make simple past tense statements? So when you want to use the simple past tense to explain an action that happened in the past, you need to conjugate your verb. You need to change your verb. So that means when you're using a regular verb, you do verb plus ed. So verb plus ed is the basic form for simple past tense verbs. But keep in mind this is only for regular verbs. Not all verbs are regular verbs. So for example, some common ones are talk, which becomes talked, start, which becomes started, and enjoy, which becomes enjoyed. Please be careful, however. You'll notice that the past tense form of verbs has a few different pronunciations. So for example, start becomes started. It has an ID sound. It's not an ED sound, but an ID sound. You might hear a word like walked also, which has a sort of T sound about it. Walk becomes walked, started becomes started, an ID sound. And then there's also a sound like in breathed, a very soft D sound. So there are 3 past tense verb sounds to listen for. An id sound, started, a soft D sound like breathed, and then a more hard T sound like walked. So pay attention to that when you're trying to make these past tense verb conjugations. Okay, but some verbs are irregular verbs. Irregular verbs do not have a simple rule for understanding past tense conjugation, how to change them in past tense. There's no rule for these. You simply have to practice. You have to remember them, read them, listen to them, until you can remember the correct conjugation, the correct way to change these verbs into the past tense. So, for example, some common ones are eat, which becomes ate, speak becomes spoke, and make becomes made. If you see a verb somewhere that seems a little odd, or you're not sure what the present tense form would be, you can check a dictionary and try to remember it from there. So now we've talked about simple past tense irregular and regular verbs. Let's try to use them to make some sentences. I prepared a few example sentences, so let's take a look. Okay. First sentence, he, something, something, a towel and sunglasses to the beach. So the verb here is bring. I want to use the verb bring. Bring, however, is an irregular verb, so I can't use the ed rule for regular verbs. The correct conjugation is brought. B-R-O-U-G-H-T. He brought a towel and sunglasses to the beach. This is the correct conjugation here. So bring is an irregular verb. Okay. Let's go to the next sentence. They, something, something, to the gym every day last week. So here I'm showing you a repeated action. Here I'm using every day. This is a frequency indicator. How often did I do that action? And last week shows the specific point in time. So I'm using both of these 2 points in addition to a simple past, the basic simple past structure here. So the verb that we want to use here is go, but go is an irregular verb, so we can't use goed, for example. Go changes to went in the past tense, so went is the correct answer for this sentence here. Okay, let's try the next one. I, something, something, to tell my boss about my schedule. So the verb I want to use here is forget. Forget is a very useful word, I think, to remember. But again, forget is not a regular verb. Forget is an irregular verb, so we cannot use the ed form. Forget in the past tense becomes forgot. Okay. So, I forgot to tell my boss about my schedule is the correct sentence here. All right, let's go to something a little bit different. Here's a negative sentence. I don't think they, something, something, a reservation at the restaurant. Okay, so here I'm using a phrase. I want to use the phrase make a reservation, to make a reservation. So the verb here is make. This was one of my example verbs for the irregular form. So make becomes made. I don't think
They made a reservation at the restaurant is the correct verb form to use here. All right. The next sentence, we something something junk food almost every day last month. So here, again, I have every day, but I have almost here. So almost every day, not every day, but close to every day. And then last month is my specific point in time in this case. So here we have junk food. That means that the verb we want to use is probably eat. And we learned that eat is an irregular verb. There's no rule for conjugating this. We just know that eat becomes ate. We ate junk food almost every day last month. Great. Okay. So next sentence has 2 spaces for verbs, actually. Okay, so the next sentence that I've prepared, I included because a lot of my students ask about how to report information. When you want to report information, share something that you heard from a friend, a past tense action, you need to conjugate the reporting verb. For example, say becomes said, or hear becomes heard. You need to conjugate this verb, and you need to conjugate the information that you heard. So there are 2 past tense conjugations that should happen when you report information. Let's take a look. So here we have she something something, she something something, a great time at the party. So here, she blah blah blah, a great time at the party. So we use the expression to have a great time, to have a great time. Again, have is an irregular verb, so we conjugate it to had. She had a great time at the party. Okay. But then to report your speech, so someone gave you information, past tense, give becomes gave you information. So the verb for giving information, a neutral way to pass information is say. So to conjugate say into the past tense, it's an irregular verb, so we use said. Say becomes said. So she said she had a great time at the party. Okay. Please be careful of your pronunciation with the word said. A lot of people I've heard use said. Said is not correct, so please use said. It sounds like S-E-D, the pronunciation, but it's said. S-A-I-D is the spelling. Say becomes said. She said she had a great time at the party. Okay, so last one. Okay, so the last example sentence for today includes spaces for a few different verbs. I included this because I wanted to show you that you can use a lot of different information in one sentence just by connecting your past tense verbs together. So let's take a look. Okay, yesterday I something something late, something something shopping, and something something to my mother. Okay, so the verbs I want to use for this sentence are sleep, go, and speak. Sleep, go, and speak. These are all irregular verbs. There are no regular verbs in this sentence. So sleep in past tense becomes slept. Go in past tense becomes went. And speak in past tense becomes spoke. So here in one sentence, I have explained 3 things about my day yesterday. Yesterday I slept late, I went shopping, and I spoke to my mother. So you can explain a lot of things with past tense and a few connecting words. In this case, I've just used and to connect the last 2 things in this sentence. So please keep this in mind when you're sharing information about your past events. So today we talked about the simple past tense, and we talked about how to conjugate both regular and irregular verbs. It might seem a little bit difficult to understand which verbs are regular and which verbs are irregular, but with some practice it will become easier. So I hope that you enjoyed this video. If you have any questions or comments, please be sure to leave us a comment and let us know. Also, please be sure to like this video and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks very much for watching. Check us out for more at EnglishClass101.com, and we'll see you again soon. Bye!
Welcome to EnglishClass101.com's English in 3 minutes, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn English. Hey everyone, Alicia here. In this series, we're going to learn some easy ways to ask and answer common questions in English. It's really useful and it only takes 3 minutes. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to ask what someone's hobbies are without using the word hobbies. You've probably seen the question, do you have any hobbies? Or, what are your hobbies? In an English textbook before. However, native English speakers almost never use the word hobbies when asking about them. A much more natural way to ask the same question is, what do you do for fun? Let's practice this question. What do you do for fun? What do you do for fun? You can also ask, what do you do in your free time? What do you do in your free time? So how would you answer this question? Let's look at how native speakers would do it. The easiest way is to say, I like to, or just, I like, followed by what you like to do. For example, if you like watching movies, you could say, I like to watch movies, or I like watching movies. I like to watch movies, or I like watching movies. And if you like golf, you could say, I like to play golf, or I like playing golf. I like to play golf, or I like playing golf. You can emphasize how much you like your hobby by adding a word like really in front of like. For example, I really like watching movies. On the other hand, if you want to play down how much you like something, you can say kind of. For example, I kind of like playing tennis. Now it's time for Alicia's advice. If you don't have any special hobbies or don't want to be specific, a good way to reply is, I like hanging out with my friends and stuff like that. I like hanging out with my friends and stuff like that. Just use I like and add hanging out with my friends and then add and stuff like that. How do you answer the question, where are you from? It doesn't even have a verb. We'll cover this and more in the next English in 3 minutes lesson. See you next time.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia, and today I'm going to give a short explanation of some basic uses of the present perfect tense. So let's begin. Okay, the present perfect tense, what I'm going to talk about today, there are 2 basic points to think about when using the present perfect tense. We use the present perfect tense first, number 1, to express a life experience. So this can be a life experience you have had or a life experience you have never had. So we use this grammar point to talk about life experience, but with one key nuance. This life experience, it happened at a non-specific or an unimportant point in time. So the point in time when this life experience happened is not important in this sentence. In the sentence where you use the present perfect tense, the point in time where you had the experience is not the focus of your statement. The focus of your statement is just the life experience. So to give a visualization of this, on a timeline with past, present, and future, the present perfect tense is used to express a life experience at a non-specific point in time, meaning we use it for some experience you had at some point before the present.
some point before the current conversation. So we use the present perfect tense to talk about a life experience that happened at a non-specific point in the past. So when specifically this experience happened is not important. This grammar point allows us to simply say that we have or have not had an experience. So this is the first grammar point about the present perfect tense, the simple use of the present perfect tense. The next point I want to talk about, though, is this second point, number 2 here. We use the present perfect tense to talk about an action that started in the past and continues to the present. The effect of an action that started in the past continues to the present. So this is a grammar point that's slightly different from number 1 that I talked about. So the image here is an action that started at some point in the past. It began at some point in the past, and it continues to the present. Or the effects of that action continue to the present. So this is something we can use to talk about where we live, our studies, our work experience, for example. I'll show you in a couple of example sentences a little bit later. But this is the second use, the second grammar point I want to talk a little bit about today. So it's important to note that when we use this second point, when we use the second use of this grammar point, we often use the words for and since to express that action that began in the past and continued to the present. It gives the listener some extra information about the duration, about how long that action has continued. So the difference between for and since, many people make a mistake with this. So use of for and since is important with grammar point number 2 here especially because it gives the listener some information about how long the action has been happening. So in an example sentence, you could say, I have lived in Paris for 3 years, or you could say, I have lived in Paris since 2014. So you can hear for is used for a period of time. I have lived in Paris for 3 years. 3 years is a period of time. Your period of time can be years, months, days, minutes, hours, and so on. Any period of time can be used with the word for. I have been teaching this lesson for a few minutes. I have been standing up for about an hour, for example. You can use a different time duration for different expressions. You can use this actually a lot in your everyday life. But on the other hand, let's talk about since. So since is used for a point in time. When we want to talk about a point in time where an action began, where an action started, we can use since. So for example, in my sentence, I said I have lived in Paris since 2014. So that since shows the exact year when I started living in Paris. I have lived in Paris since 2014, and the action continues to the present. So we can use for and since to show when an action began, and we also know that that action is going to be continuing. That action will continue to the present. So these are kind of the 2 grammar points I'd like to talk about. Then lastly, I want to talk about how to make this grammar point, how to make the present perfect tense. So I have 3 categories here. There's positive statements, negative statements, and question statements. These are just the basic forms of these 3 types of sentences. So let's talk about a few different sentence patterns that we can make. I have positive statements, negative statements, and question statements. These are just a few examples of the type of sentences and questions that you can make with this grammar point. So first, to make a positive statement, we'll use have or has depending on your subject. If your subject is I, for example, we'll say I have, you have, and we have. For he and she has, she has, and so on. So depending on your subject, we will use have or has. Next, we need to include the past participle form of the verb. So for example, I have lived in Paris. Lived is the past participle form of the verb live. I have been to Paris. So we can use these past participle forms of verbs, been in this case, to talk about the present perfect tense, to use the present perfect tense. Please try to remember your past participle forms of verbs, but I find that one of the best ways to get used to using the correct form of the verb here is just practicing in sentences. It's a little bit difficult to memorize all the verbs just from a list, so try practicing them in sentences to remember. Let's talk then about how to make a negative statement. So a life experience you have not had. This is the sentence pattern that you can use to describe that. So again, depending on your subject, use have or has. I have, he has, and so on. Next we'll include never. So I have never, he has never, they have never, you have never, and so on. So this never shows no experience. This is our negative expression. Then finally, we'll include the past participle form of the verb. So I have never eaten horse. He has never visited Italy, and so on. These make negative statements with never. Okay, and finally, a couple of different question patterns that we can use. There are a lot of different questions, yes and no questions, information questions. Let's take a look at a simple one, a simple yes-no pattern. So again, we begin with our has and have, depending on the subject here. So have you been, for example, with the past participle verb. Has she seen, and so on. So again, we need to use this past participle form of the verb when making our questions. You might have heard people use ever. I have here at the bottom this ever in this sentence style. Have you ever been to France? Have you ever eaten something? This ever, the nuance of this ever is in your whole life experience. So ever kind of amplifies, ever emphasizes the importance of your life experience. In your entire life, have you had the experience of something? This ever emphasizes your entire life's experience. If you say, for example, have you seen that movie? It sounds like maybe it's a recent movie. But if you say, have you ever seen such and such movie? It sounds like maybe the movie is a little bit older. So especially in cases where you'd like to emphasize something that's not so recent, you might consider using ever in your questions. Have you ever been to a different country? Have you ever studied something else? So using ever shows that maybe you're thinking about something a little bit further back, a little bit more in the past in someone's life. Okay, so now that we know this, let's take a look at a few example sentences that I've prepared. So first, I have they, something, something, in Germany. So here I want to use the verb live, live. So the past participle form of the verb live is lived, and my subject here is they. So I need to use they have lived in Germany. This is a very, very simple sentence. They have lived in Germany. I'm using this simple structure, this simple grammar point number 1, which we talked about. So this is just a life experience. When did they live in Germany? We don't know, but it's just the experience that we want to focus on in this sentence. I could change the sentence to say, they have lived in Germany since 1999. In that case, it means they live in Germany now also. However, if they do not live in Germany, they only want to express their life experience of living in Germany, they could say, they have lived in Germany. They have lived in Germany only, that sentence. So please be careful. They have lived in Germany since 1999 shows they still live in Germany. Saying they have lived in Germany shows only a life experience. If you'd like to give more information about where they live now, do it in the next sentence. They have lived in Germany, but they travel around a lot, and now they're living in Paris, for example. So using the present progressive tense to give some more information in the next sentence. Okay, so here we see grammar point number 1 is being used in this first sentence. Let's take a look here at a negative sentence. I something something, never something something to Italy here. We have the subject I here. We know that it's a negative sentence because it's never, so we need to use I have never. And then if I want to use the verb be, if I want to use the verb be, the past participle form of the verb be is been. I have never been to Italy is the correct sentence here. So I'm expressing no experience in my life. I have never been to Italy, meaning, as we talked about with grammar point number 1, in my whole life, I have not had an experience. So there's no time point being used here. I have never had the experience of going to Italy. Okay. Now, let's talk about the next example sentence. She something 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 the test 3 times. So here I want to use the verb take. So to take a test. Take is going to be the verb for this sentence. So here my subject is she, and I know this is a positive sentence, a positive statement. So I'm going to use has, she has, and take, the past participle form of the verb take, is taken. She has taken the test 3 times. So this sentence shows in her life experience, at 3 times, 3 points in her life, she has taken the test. So we don't know when she took the test, but we know she has taken the test 3 times at some point in the past. This is what this sentence teaches us. We don't know when, just that she has taken the test 3 times. Okay. Next, let's look at this sentence. Maybe a very useful sentence for some people who are watching this video on this channel. So this is I something something English for 2 years. Okay, so there's a big hint word here. I have the word for included in this sentence. Remember, we use for to talk about a time period, So that connects to grammar point 2, which we talked about over here. So remember, with grammar point number 2, for present perfect tense, we're showing an action that started in the past and continues to the present. Okay, so the verb I want to use here is study. So my subject is I, so I need to use have in this case, and the past participle form of study is studied. So I have studied English for 2 years. This shows us a length of time, a period of time, a duration for your studies. It shows your studies are continuing. You are still studying English. 2 years ago, you started, and you have continued since that time. You have continued studying for 2 years. So this sentence shows us that you have studied English and how long you have studied English. Lots of information here. Okay, let's talk about the next sentence, a question sentence now. Okay, so here my subject, I have he is here. So I know that because the subject of the sentence is he, I need to begin my question with has. Has he something something? So here I want to use the verb take. Take out the trash is sort of a set phrase. So the past participle form of take is taken. Has he taken out the trash? Meaning, perhaps today, at some point, has he taken out the trash? So maybe we don't know when, and when he took out the trash is not important. Just has he finished the task at some point today? So we use the present perfect tense for that. So we can use the simple past sentence, did he take out the trash? But the reason that it sounds a little bit more natural to say, has he taken out the trash, is because of this point we talked about here, the effects of that action. So if he did or did not take out the trash, it could affect the people around him or the environment around him. So, has he taken out the trash? If the answer is no, it might mean there's some negative effect in the environment. If the answer is yes, perhaps it means the people in the environment will be happy. There will be a happy effect of that. So this is the consideration. It's a very, very small point. If you ask, did he take out the trash? It's okay to use. But keep in mind though, you may hear people say, has he taken out the trash as well? And this is the reason why. The effect of taking out the trash is what's kind of the nuance of this expression. Great, so let's talk about the next example sentence. Which country something something use something something to? So in casual, kind of more everyday friendly spoken English, it's okay to end your sentence with a preposition, in this case to. So here I have an information question. Which countries, I need to use have or has here, plus you. So that tells me I should use have. Which countries have you? And I want to use, again, the verb be here. So I know it should be been. Which countries have you been to? So again, in your life experience, which countries have you been to? When is not important, just in your life. Where, which countries? Okay, let's look at the next one. You'll see I have a little apostrophe. Maybe you can see it on the screen there. There's a little apostrophe here, which is a pronunciation hint. So this is a yes or no question. You, something, something, never, something, something, a motorcycle. So motorcycle, the verb I want to use with motorcycle is ride, ride. The past participle form is ridden. You've never ridden a motorcycle is the complete sentence here. So I mentioned this pronunciation hint. You have becomes you've in the contracted form, you've. So try not to use you have, he has, she has. Try to use that apostrophe VE or apostrophe S sound when you're speaking. You've never, he's never, she's never. Sounds a lot more natural and a lot more fluent as well than he has or she has or you have. So please try to use the contracted form here. So this sentence, you've never ridden a motorcycle, meaning in your life experience, you have never ridden a motorcycle. So this is a yes or no question. No, I've never ridden a motorcycle could be the answer. Or yes, I have actually ridden a motorcycle. So this is a simple yes or no question, but we use the negative form here. You've never? It sounds surprised. This sounds kind of shocked. Okay, let's look at our next example sentence. We something something, never something something. The verb I want to use for this sentence is work, work. Okay, so the past participle form of work is worked here, okay? And we is the subject of the sentence, so we're going to use we have never worked internationally. In our life experience, we do not have the experience of working internationally. Okay, finally, they something something in Paris since 2015. So just as we practiced with this example sentence with for, here we see since. So this shows us that maybe a specific point in time, in this case 2015, is going to give us some extra information about this situation. So let's use the verb live again. We know that the past participle form of live is lived. And we'll use have because our subject is they. So they have lived in Paris since 2015. So this sentence shows us that in 2015, they moved to Paris and they have lived in Paris. They have continued living in Paris since that time. This sentence shows us that with since. Okay, so those are a few example sentences and a short introduction to how to use the present perfect tense, and also a little bit of information on using for and since. So I hope that this lesson was useful for you. If you have any questions or comments or want to try making a few example sentences, feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, please make sure to like this video and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Also, check us out at EnglishClass101.com for more good stuff. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye!
In this video, you'll learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in English. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Welcome to the 800 Core English Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in English. But there's a twist. With each new lesson in this series, we'll include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at EnglishClass101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally master English. Okay, let's get started. First is frying pan. Frying pan. Frying pan. A frying pan is a very common item to have in a kitchen. It's usually quite large and it has a handle on it. We use it to make eggs, pancakes, many different things. This frying pan is very cheap. This frying pan is very cheap. This frying pan is very cheap. Cutting board. Cutting board. Cutting board. A cutting board is, as it sounds, it's a board that can be wood or plastic or maybe another material that we use to cut on. This is to keep our counters clean and safe. The cook is cutting a hard-boiled egg on the cutting board. The cook is cutting a hard-boiled egg on the cutting board. The cook is cutting a hard-boiled egg on the cutting board. Sink. 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 A sink is a place where you wash your hands, or in the kitchen, a place where you wash your dishes. The sink is almost full. The sink is almost full. The sink is almost full. Bowl. 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 A bowl is something that we use to eat soup or stew or perhaps ice cream, anything that is kind of liquid-like. The bowl is empty. The bowl is empty. The bowl is empty. Exit. 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 The exit is the opposite of the entrance. An exit is a way out of somewhere. Where is the exit? Where is the exit? Where is the exit? Map. 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 A map can be a physical item or a digital item. It's a guide to the area around us, or it can be a guide to a larger region, like a state, a city, or even the world. Check the map to find your way to your destination. Check the map to find your way to your destination. Check the map to find your way to your destination. Suitcase. 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 A suitcase is something that we use to keep our belongings in when we travel. A suitcase can be very small or it can be very large. Do not leave valuables in your suitcase. Do not leave valuables in your suitcase. Do not leave valuables in your suitcase. Tourist. 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 A tourist is someone who visits a city or a country just to see the sights. They don't live there, they're just there temporarily for a short time to enjoy famous places. The tourist is taking pictures of the animals. The tourist is taking pictures of the animals. The tourist is taking pictures of the animals. Politics. 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 Politics refers to the government of a country or to the government of a world. It's a popular discussion topic. People like to talk about policies, about people, and about ideas relating to world governments. The politician is talking politics. The politician is talking politics. The politician is talking politics. Biology. 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 Biology is a subject of study. It's a subject in science. Biology refers to living things, to organisms, plants, animals, and creatures. Biology is the study of living organisms. Biology is the study of living organisms. Biology is the study of living organisms. Chemistry. 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 Chemistry is another subject of study, also a science. Chemistry looks at very, very small scale reactions between chemicals, gases, many different kinds of things. The laboratory is a place to learn about chemistry. The laboratory is a place to learn about chemistry. The laboratory is a place to learn about chemistry. Physics. 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 Physics is another topic in the science category. Physics looks at how we understand the world in terms of things like time and space and gravity. I know the basics of physics. I know the basics of physics. I know the basics of physics. Economics. 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 Economics is the study of the economy, so this refers to the money that comes and goes and moves around inside a country, or around the world as well. Economics is a good background for many fields. Economics is a good background for many fields. Economics is a good background for many fields. Put. 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 Put is a verb. We can understand it as meaning to place, so it sounds a little bit less formal than place. Please try to put this box on the top shelf. Please try to put this box on the top shelf. Please try to put this box on the top shelf. Remember. 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 Remember is a verb. It means to recall information, to be able to think of something that you saw or heard or learned about in the past. I'll try to remember. I will try to remember. I will try to remember. Hold. 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 Hold is a verb which refers to keeping something, usually in your hand. Hold on to the handrail. Hold on to the handrail. Hold on to the handrail. Shopping cart. Shopping cart. Shopping cart. A shopping cart is something we use in the supermarket. They're generally kind of large. We can push them around the store and we put our items inside. The shopping cart is empty. The shopping cart is empty. The shopping cart is empty. Plastic bag. Plastic bag. Plastic bag. A plastic bag is the bag that we get from many stores like supermarkets or convenience stores or maybe other retail stores. We get a plastic bag after we purchase items. The man is carrying a plastic bag full of groceries. The man is carrying a plastic bag full of groceries. The man is carrying a plastic bag full of groceries. Comedy. 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 Comedy is an art form. It's the art of making people laugh. Comedy is also a movie genre. They're watching a comedy and laughing. They're watching a comedy and laughing. They're watching a comedy and laughing. Novel. 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 A novel is a type of book. It's a long story. So there are many different kinds of books. Books that are novels refer to these long stories, often with complex plots and interesting characters. I like suspense novels. I like suspense novels. I like suspense novels. Well done. In this lesson, you expanded your vocabulary and learned 20 new useful words. Click the link in the description and sign up for free at EnglishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you'll need for daily life conversations. You'll also get example sentences, custom flashcard decks, and more learning resources. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about could have, should have, and would have, what they mean, how to use them in the negative, and the differences between them. So let's get started. First, I want to begin with could have. Let's look at the positive and the negative meanings of could have. First, positive. We use could have, positive, for something that was possible in the past. So to give kind of an image of this, if our conversation is happening now, when we use could have, we're talking about something that had possibility in the past, something we were able to do, for example. An example sentence, if I had known you were throwing a surprise party, I could have helped. I could have helped. So here, could have shows us that this action, helping, was possible in the past. In this case, the speaker did not know some information, and as a result, this action did not happen, but it was possible at a point in the past. The speaker could have helped. Helping was a possibility in the past. So we use could have to express that possibility. The negative form, however, expresses the opposite. So in the negative, could not have expresses something that was impossible, so not possible in the past. So here, if we want to give an image, it's something that was not possible, something we were not able to do. Let's look at an example of this. No, that couldn't have been Sarah in the cafe just now. She's at the office. So here I'm using couldn't have, could not have, contracted, reduced, becomes couldn't. So that couldn't have been Sarah in the cafe just now. In other words, it's impossible that just now we saw Sarah in the cafe. Why? She's at the office. So in this case, maybe Sarah is the speaker's colleague, coworker. So we know Sarah is at the office. So we saw someone maybe who looks like Sarah at the cafe just now. But it's not possible it was Sarah because Sarah's at the office. So we can say that couldn't have been. So it's impossible that that was Sarah. So couldn't have been sounds much more natural than it's impossible that that was Sarah. So we use couldn't have been or could not have been. So positive form, something that was possible in the past. So be careful in maybe contrast. A key difference here is this is only about possibility. We're not talking about like a plan to do something or regret necessarily. We're only talking about possibility when we use could or could not here. So with this, let's move along to the next part. The next part, I want to focus on should have. So let's look at the positive form. Should have in the positive expresses regret for something we did not do in the past. So an image of this here, if our conversation is happening now, we want to talk about something we did not do in the past, and that now maybe we think, oh, it's a good idea, like I should have done this thing. I did not do this thing in the past. That's why I marked it with an X here. So I did not do this thing, but I feel bad now. I feel regret. Like I should have done that thing in the past. So an example sentence of this. I should have studied more when I was in school. Here is the should have. I should have, and this action, studied more. So, in other words, the speaker did not study enough in the past. The speaker feels he or she did not study enough in the past, regrets that, and wants to express the change. Like, I wish I had done this thing. I should have studied more when I was in school. So here we have more. This is a common pattern with should have or should not have. When we use more, it means I should have studied more than I did when I was in school. So here, the speaker is expressing regret, sadness about something they did not do. Therefore, when we use the negative form, the speaker, again, expresses regret, yes, but they're expressing regret for something that happened in the past, something they did in the past. So I've marked it here with a check. This action did happen, and we feel regret about that action. We feel bad about something we did in the past. An example, I shouldn't have spent so much time playing video games when I was a kid. So here I've used shouldn't have. So should not have is how we make the negative form. I've reduced it shouldn't have, shouldn't have in rapid speech, shouldn't have. I shouldn't have spent so much time playing video games. So what's the action here? The speaker played video games when he or she was a child. The speaker now regrets that. The speaker says, I shouldn't have spent so much time. I should have spent less time playing video games. So I could use positive should have. I should have spent less time playing video games when I was a kid. Here, I shouldn't have spent so much time. So here, a key point with should have is that we're expressing regret. Remember, with could have, we're talking just about possibility. With should have, we're expressing a regret for something that did or did not happen in the past. So, with this in mind, let's go on to the last point for this lesson. The last point is would have, would have. So, when we say would have, we often say would have, would have. I mentioned it here with should have, we say should have or shouldn't have. Same thing with could have, like could have or couldn't have is the correct pronunciation in fast speech. So when we talk about would have, or when we look at would have, and we look at the positive form, we use it to express a plan for something that did not happen. So we're talking about something in the past. So from a point in the past, something in the future at that time, we had a plan for that thing, or we thought something was going to happen. But in the positive form, it did not happen. This is kind of tricky. Let's look at an example situation. Here, I would have arrived on time today, but there was terrible traffic, so I did not arrive on time. So first, here's my action. I would have arrived on time. So I had a plan, or I had a desire. I was thinking I was going to arrive on time. So at this point in time, I would have arrived on time today. Maybe we're thinking when I left the house, maybe this is where the action starts. My plan was to arrive on time. So again, this is all happening in the past. My conversation is here. I was planning to arrive on time, but there was terrible traffic. Terrible traffic means lots and lots of cars. It was difficult to drive or difficult to get to work. So I did not arrive on time. I would have arrived on time, but I didn't because of terrible traffic. So this shows us, this would have shows us all of this information, everything here happened in the past on like a timeline. So I thought I was going to arrive on time, something happened and I didn't. So we can use would have to show like our thinking in this point, would have in the past, about a future action that is also in the past. So a couple of past points there at the same time. Okay, so let's compare this then to the negative form. The negative form then expresses the opposite. So we have a lack of plan or a lack of a desire. So lack of something means no plan or no desire. So lack of plan for something that happened in the past. It did happen, yes. So we commonly use both of these to talk about other people's choices, like when we're giving advice. This example sentence is a very common way that we use would not have or wouldn't have. Let's look. If I were you, I wouldn't have quit my job before I found a new position. So here, is my would not have. I've reduced it to wouldn't have. I would not have quit my job before I found a new position. So that means if I were you, this is how we're beginning this. This is a very common way that this would have or would not have is used. So if I were you, I'm not you, but if I were, at this point in time in the past, my decision would not have been to quit my job. However, your decision was to quit your job. This did happen. You quit your job. In my case, I would not have done that. So here, in opposite to the positive form, I'm talking about a point in the past, like if I were you, just in general, and I'm talking about a future decision I might make. In this case, the person listening did choose to quit his or her job. I'm saying I would not have quit my job. That would not have been my decision for the future. So again, there's kind of this idea of 2 points in the past, like a kind of a general, I guess, a starting point in the past, if I were you, in this case, and some decision, some plan, some like desire or lack of desire in this case in the negative form. So we use these, like I said, to talk about like other people's choices when we're giving advice. Like, oh, if I were you, I would have done this in the past. So we use would have to talk about past decisions and maybe to talk about things like if you were the speaker, like things you might change. What would you do differently? So we use this to talk about these sorts of past decisions and give advice and talk about how we might make different decisions in the future. So this kind of expresses a desire or lack of desire. This one should have expresses regret in the past. Could have expresses possibility. So this is just a quick introduction to the differences between these three expressions and their negative forms. I didn't write the not here, so would not have. But if you have any other questions about this, please let us know in the comments. They are very similar, I know. They sound very similar, and it can be hard to understand how to use them, but try to keep these three kind of themes in mind. Possibility and regret, and then kind of desire or advice here. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between these three. If you have questions or comments, or if you want to practice making an example sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to EnglishClass101.com's English in 3 minutes, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn English. Hi, how's it going? I'm Alicia. Nice to meet you. In this series, we're going to learn some easy ways to ask and answer common questions in English. It's really useful, and it only takes 3 minutes. In this lesson, you're going to learn new, more common ways to ask and answer the question, "How are you?" in English. You've probably learned, "How are you?" and "I'm fine" in textbooks before, but in the United States, people will usually ask this question and answer it in a different way. First, let's review. If someone says, "How are you?" you can say, "I'm fine." I'm fine. Here are some other ways to answer. Pretty good. This means about the same thing as I'm fine. Pretty good. We also have not bad. You can use this if you are feeling just okay or so-so. Not bad. Let's look at our question again. How are you? This is the most well-known way of asking how someone is. You could use it when you want to be polite. But now, let's look at some different ways to ask how someone is. These ways are more casual and much more common. First, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? You can answer this in many ways. If you're feeling good, you can say good, good, pretty good, pretty good, not bad, not bad. Once more, good, pretty good, not bad. Here's a tip. Even though these answers mean the same thing as I'm fine, you can't answer how's it going with I'm fine. It will sound a bit strange. If you're not feeling good, you can say not so good, not so good, not great, not great, or not so well, not so well. Be careful. If you say one of these, the other person will usually ask, why? What's wrong? To be polite. Then you will have to explain. Another casual but very common version of how are you is what's up? What's up? To reply, use a cheerful voice as you say not much, or nothing much, nothing much. This means you're free and able to chat. Since what's up is just another way of saying hello, you can also reply with hey or hi. Now it's time for Alicia's advice. A lot of the time, when we ask questions that mean, how are you, in English, we're not actually asking about the other person's health. We're only asking to be polite. You should think of these questions as another way of saying hello, a way for the conversation to get started, instead of actual, literal questions. In fact, when someone asks you, what's up, you don't even have to answer. Just say, what's up, in reply. Do you know the difference between what do you do and what are you doing? It's a little tricky, but we'll explain it simply in the next English in 3 minutes lesson. See you next time.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella. How are your English listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
A woman is asking a store clerk something at a bookstore. Which book does the woman want to see? Excuse me, I'd like to take a look at a book on that shelf.
Which book would you like?
The one about cars.
One moment, please. This one?
Yep, that's right.
Here you go.
Which book does the woman want to see? A woman is asking a store clerk something at a bookstore. Which book does the woman want to see? Excuse me, I'd like to take a look at a book on that shelf.
Which book would you like?
The one about cars.
One moment, please. This one?
Yep, that's right.
Here you go.
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Sadaf. Hi Sadaf. Sadaf says, hi Alicia, my question is when do we use actually and when do we use really? I'm always confused about whether to use really or actually in a sentence. Love from Pakistan. Cool, thanks for the question. Sure, yeah, let's talk about really and actually. Let's start with the word really. We use really to emphasize something. We tend to use it a lot, for example, in front of adjectives, when we want to show that something is especially or extra that adjective. For example,
This is really beautiful, or that dinner was really delicious. You can think of this use as similar to very, right? So when we want to emphasize something, we say that it is really something. In contrast, actually is used to talk about things that are truly something else. So I can understand why really and actually might seem like they have similar uses, but we use actually when we want to clarify something, when we want to express that something is true or something was real. So we use this when maybe someone has made a comment that is not true or is not correct, and we want to correct their comment. So for example, if someone says to you, hey, didn't you pass your English exam last week? That was last week, right? You might say, actually, my exam is next week. So that actually means truly or really, or it's like a kind of correction to the thing the other person said. So we use actually when we need to correct or clarify something. We use really when we need to emphasize something. Here's another example with actually. Let's look at another example situation. Hey, I haven't received that file yet. Did you send it to me? Oh, actually, I forgot. I'm so sorry about that. So in that example situation, it might be someone clarifying the situation for another person. So they use actually to express some kind of true or real information. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between really and actually. Emphasis and kind of clarification or correction of information. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's get to your next question. Next question comes from Nabil. Hi, Nabil. Nabil says, what is the difference between or and nor? Thank you. Yeah, good question. They seem really similar, right? Or and nor. There's just one letter different. So we use or and nor in positive and negative expressions. For example, when you're choosing between two things, someone might offer you a choice. They might say, would you like the red shirt or the blue shirt, for example? So we're using or to show an offer in this case, or we're using it in a question pattern. We use nor in negative sentence patterns. For example, you might respond to that as, I would like neither the red shirt nor the blue shirt. So you're showing that both of the options are not what you want. They're not what you're looking for. We use nor to express that. This tends to sound a little bit more formal. We don't use these kinds of patterns so much in everyday speech now, but you might hear them from time to time. So the key here, though, is that you're using it in a negative sentence. In this example, I said, I would like neither the red shirt nor the blue shirt. So using or in this example sentence would be incorrect. I would like neither the red shirt or the blue shirt would be totally incorrect. We have to match the negative, neither, with nor in this sentence pattern. So if you want to express that two choices or multiple choices are all not acceptable for you and you want to use this kind of pattern, you can totally do that. But just remember, you can't interchange or and nor. So in sum, or is used to present different options like colors or maybe sizes, whatever it is, and nor is used to respond to those in a negative sentence pattern. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between or and nor. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's go to your next question. Next question comes from Sergey. Hi, Sergey. Sergey says, hi, teacher. Hope all is well. I just watched your video about the word shoot, and it reminded me of a song by Divine called Shoot Your Shot. I thought the name of the song is something like an English idiom, and the meaning is do what you consider you have to do. Am I right? Is this expression used nowadays? Yeah, good question. So shoot your shot. Yes, you're very close with your example with do what you consider you need to do. The expression shoot your shot, it might be helpful to think of this as a sports-related expression. You can think of shoot your shot as meaning try to do the thing that you think you want to do. So for example, if you imagine a basketball player trying to shoot his or her shot, they try to make a basket in this example situation. So when you say shoot your shot to someone, it means try to do the thing that you think you want to do. There are many different situations where we use this expression. we tend to use it a lot in situations that have kind of a challenging feel, or maybe that make us a little bit nervous. Like, for example, asking someone out on a date or talking to someone that you find attractive in a social situation. You might try to encourage your friend and say, go on, shoot your shot, which means try to talk to that person or try to get to know that person. So in those situations, it's always like, try to do the thing that you want to do, or give it a go is another way you might hear this expressed. So these are all kind of encouraging expressions that are like saying, try it. If you think you need to do it or you think you want to do it, give it a try. So that's what this shoot your shot expression means. Thanks very much for the question. I hope that it helped you. Okay, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you, as always, for your great questions. Remember, you can send them to me at englishclass101.com/ask-Alicia. There is a link in the description if you want to check that out there. Also, please don't forget, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to this channel if you have not already. Also, check us out at englishclass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this week's episode of Ask Alicia, and I will see you again next time. Bye!
Yeah! Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about tongue twisters. Tongue twisters are phrases that are difficult to say, so they're really good chances to practice your pronunciation. Let's go. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. This one's difficult because of the s and sh sounds. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. That one's not so bad. Okay, okay, we'll move on. Next. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. I've never seen this before. Okay. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. That's a good one. That's a good one. I feel like you could have thrown the word like but in there somewhere too. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. Ah, that's a good one. It's very bubbly. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. It's like if I knew the words, I could probably say it faster. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. Butter's bitter. Bitter, butter, bitter. But she bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. Is this enough? I don't know when to stop. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? The next tongue twister is also a classic one about woodchucks. Woodchucks are real creatures that exist on the west coast of the United States, primarily in Washington and Oregon. They're like beavers, but they don't live in rivers. They live in like forests and rocks. The tongue twister is, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? And then there's a common response to that, which is, it would chuck all the wood that a woodchuck could if a woodchuck could chuck wood. We definitely talked about this one in that English topics episode we did about tongue twisters. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better. Oh, I've never seen this. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better? Hang on, I'm just like astounded by the grammar of this sentence. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better. Oh, that's hard. It's the wetter weather better. Wetter weather better part. Those last three words. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter better. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better. Wetter weather better. Weather. It's the weather better that's hard. Weather better. Weather better, weather better, wetter weather better. Yeah, that's it. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better. On to the next one. If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Did you write these? Did you write these? Did you find these on the internet? Someone's brilliant. If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Oh, that one's a good one. If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which witch would watch which watch? All right, that's the end. Wow, those are really good tongue twisters. The one that always gets me from that episode of English Topics that we did was Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Hard one. And one we came up with the other day was sushi session. It's a good one, right? Yeah. They were like, let's go for a sushi session. I was like, that's hard. Sushi session, sushi session, sushi. That's a really good one too. Irish wristwatch and sushi session. All right, so those are Those are tongue twisters. Give them a try. They are really, really great ways to practice your pronunciation. If you know any other tongue twisters, please share them with us in a comment so that we can all give them a try. Thank you very much for watching this episode of Top Words. If you liked this video, please be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and we'll see you again soon. Bye. Oh my God, I want to have this job where I just sit at like my desk and I just think of, that's probably what somebody does, like they're bored at their job and they just think of these sorts of things. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Welcome back to Top Words. Today we're going to talk about 10 ways to stop translating in your head. Let's get started. Identify objects around you in English. The first way to stop translating in your head is to identify the objects around you in your target language. So if you're studying English, that means you look at the objects around the room, look at the things in your life. Don't think of them in your native language first. Think of them in your target language first. So if I look around the room, I see a computer, I shouldn't think my native language word, I should think my target language word. So start with the items and the situations in your everyday life. If I say computer in English, maybe I should say computer in Japanese. I should say not, water in English, I should say omizu in Japanese. So start associating the words in your target language with your everyday life now. So if you're studying English, that means start getting familiar with the things in your everyday life in English. Repeat phrases you hear native speakers use. Tip number 2 is to repeat the phrases that you hear native speakers use. So if you're watching this channel, for example, or you're watching a TV show or a movie, listen for the way that native speakers make those phrases. If you hear a phrase you have never heard before, or you hear an interesting combination of words, try to repeat them yourself. Don't just listen. Try to say them yourself. If you're in a public space and it's difficult for you to do that, fine. Practice in a place where you feel more comfortable. Maybe if you have some private space to practice. Just repeat them. Get your mouth used to saying the words the way that the native speakers do. So if you never actually say words, if you're only taking in, if you're only listening and you're not actually producing the language, it's kind of hard to practice and to really hone your pronunciation, to improve your pronunciation. So when you listen to native speakers, try to repeat after them. So for example, if you're studying English, you can try to repeat after this video. You can repeat after the things I'm saying, because maybe I'm using an expression or I'm using a certain series of vocabulary words together the way a native speaker would. And it's maybe a good idea to try to practice the ways that native speakers put their words together. So try to repeat after native speakers, especially when you're looking at media, and you can do this when you're reading books too. You can try to read out loud interesting lines of books that you find, or something that maybe is difficult for you. Very nice practice tip. Make a situation where you can't escape into your native language. Make a situation where you can't escape into your native language essentially means immerse yourself. Of course, going to that country or going to a place where you can speak only that language is very difficult for some of you. Totally understand. But if in your life you can create a situation in your library, in your room, in your house, somewhere, for just an hour or, I don't know, maybe a day. I don't know what your schedule is like. But if you can create a situation or create an environment where you have no choice but to use that language and you cannot escape, meaning you cannot go back to using your native language as a crutch. You can't use the native language at all. It forces you to use the language that you're studying. So, of course, if you are lucky enough to live in the country or to live in a place where people speak the language you're studying, great. But you have to go out and interact with people. You have to put yourself in a place where you have no
choice but to speak. It's very hard and it's very scary and it's very embarrassing at first, but if you take time to find places and to make environments that are comfortable for you, where you feel comfortable making mistakes and asking questions, it's very valuable for your learning process. This is actually something that I did. I totally did this. My Japanese wasn't very good for a long time, but then I started making friends who could not speak English. Actually, I just did this through finding hobbies. There was a hobby that I had. I joined a group. I joined actually a school where I could learn how to do that hobby. And everything was taught only in Japanese. And the people in my class only spoke Japanese, mostly. And then maybe we would go out for drinks and food late at night or on the weekends, and everybody spoke only Japanese. And if I couldn't communicate even simply in Japanese, I had no hope of keeping that friendship together. So it forced me to study. It forced me to think about the words they were using and to try to learn those words, those patterns, as well as how to produce them naturally myself. So I was learning the vocabulary words the people around me were using and learning how to apply them on my own. That was only possible because I had no escape in those situations. So try to do that, even if you can do it yourself in your house. It's super helpful, I think. Watch TV and movies in your target language without subtitles. Tip number 4 is to watch TV and movies in your target language without subtitles. So I think that watching with subtitles can be very beneficial. So if I'm watching something, or if you want to watch something with subtitles on, great. But I sometimes find that in my case, I think too much about reading the subtitles and I forget to listen. So maybe if you've seen a movie in your target language a few times with the subtitles on, try turning the subtitles off and think about the characters' body language, the words they're using. You can always look that up later. Look up the words you don't know in a dictionary, but try to do it where you're focusing completely on the way that people are using their words. Try not to use the subtitles. So kind of play around with it a little bit. If there's a word that's difficult for you to hear, you can actually turn on the subtitles in the native language of the movie as well. That's something that I've done. If I wanted to study Japanese, it's very useful when the actual words spoken in Japanese appear on the screen. Sometimes it's easier for me to catch a word if I see it visually and I hear it at the same time. So another way to kind of explore how you can use TV and movies is to actually turn on the closed captions, like the words on the screen in the native language of the movie. So this is sort of 2 points in one. So 1, watch movies without subtitles, meaning subtitles in your native language. And hint 2 is to watch movies with closed captioning on, but the closed captioning is in your target language, not in your native language. So you can try those 2 things with TV and with movies. Don't bring a dictionary to your lesson. Tip number 5 is don't bring a dictionary to your lesson. Okay, so give me a second here. So I understand that dictionaries, especially electronic dictionaries, we have them on our phones now, are very, very convenient. Of course, it's important to use them and they're a great resource to have. However, one thing that really bothers me and that I think is detrimental, it's not helpful for students, is when students are in a lesson and they're practicing conversation and they reach a point in the conversation where they don't know the word they want to use. They know it in their native language and they don't know how to say it in their target language. They pull out their dictionary. They say to the person listening to them, their practice partner in their lesson where they have a limited period of time, just a moment. And then they look it up on their phone and it takes a few seconds. The flow of the conversation stops and then they say a word. And it's like, whoa, no, that's not, you don't have that ability. You don't have the ability to do that in a conversation with a native speaker. Most people, like if you go to a bank and try to open a bank account, are you really going to pull out your dictionary and sit there and try to communicate, just a moment, as you look up each word you don't know? No. Or if you do, that's not a real conversation. So instead, try using a different strategy. By that I mean, if you find a word you don't know in conversation, explain the word to your conversation partner. Maybe they know the word. If you're speaking with a native speaker, this is a chance for them to teach you a word. I find that when people take the time to teach me a word, I remember the word much better than just looking it up on my dictionary. So try to resist. Maybe you can bring a dictionary to your lesson, but don't use it or try not to use it in your conversation practice. It destroys the flow of a conversation. So instead, practice the skill of describing the vocabulary word you want to use and learn how to ask the meaning of a word or learn how to ask for a vocabulary word from your partner. So you can use an expression like, what's the word that means blah, blah, blah. Or, it's this thing that does this and this and this. So this is an opportunity for you to describe characteristics of something or find a different way. You can use your body language. You can use whatever. You have a lot of tools, but try not to use a dictionary in a conversation because it's not realistic. Train responses to common questions. Number 6 is a quick one, I think. Hint number 6 I have is just to train responses to common questions. Train responses to common questions. So for example, a very common question in English is, hey, how are you? You should know how to answer this question. Just have a default response. Hey, how are you? I'm good. If it takes you a long time to answer the question, hey, how are you? You need to practice. I think that's a pretty good indicator. So, for example, sometimes I ask students a question like that they haven't quite gotten the idea of how to respond just yet. They're not so quick at responding. I say, hey, how are you? And they say, yes. And then they think and they go, I'm good. And it's like, that's a very common question. So think about just a default response that you can spit out, that you can quickly say. If it's, how was your weekend? Or, hey, what's up? Or, what do you want to do for dinner tonight? Think about like just a handful, meaning just a few responses to those questions and train them quickly. Just, how are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm okay. How are you? Not bad. There's 3. So it's just training responses to those questions. There's no reason to be surprised by a question like, how are you? Like, that's a very common question. So for those common questions, train responses to that. We've got a bunch of videos, especially beginner level videos for some example responses you can do. So don't get stuck with these little questions. Just train a few responses. Practice a few responses till they feel natural to you. It'll save you time and it'll help the person asking the question too to move forward in the conversation. Yay! Study with materials that don't provide a translation. The next tip is to study with materials that don't provide a translation. So by this I mean, if you're using worksheets or some kind of textbook or whatever, and it has your target language, the language you're studying, and it has your native language next to it. While this can be useful, I feel that if you can, studying your materials only in your target language and then simplified explanations for more detailed points, also in your target language, can be a little bit better. So I don't want to say like you should only study things in your target language and nothing from your native language, because of course like it can be helpful sometimes to look up a word or to understand a grammar point in your native language. But where possible, if you can find something that provides simplified explanations in your target language, it can be really, really helpful because again, you're learning to think on like a simpler, on a more basic level about the language you're studying in the language that you're studying. So this can be really, really good. So finding some materials to use where there's no translation. Maybe you can practice, of course, with books and with written materials, but also with like video materials as well. So there are a variety of different ways that you can find materials in your target language, like in video and TV. So some things to think about there are the level of vocabulary words people are using in the media content you're watching, who the media content is intended for, children, young adults,
the speed at which the speaker is talking. So like I have the ability to change the level of difficulty of videos based on the rate of speech, the vocabulary words that I use, and how many like idioms and things I use. So I could make a video very difficult. We could make a very difficult video series by leveling up our vocabulary use or by speaking very quickly. Or, as you might see in like our English in 3 Minutes series, we can also use very simple vocabulary and speak at a low rate of speech. So maybe right now this is a very intermediate level video. So please think about that. So not just for written materials, but also for your audio and visual materials. Think about who your audience is, the level of the material, and so on. It can be really fun. And it can be helpful to think about your target language in your target language. All right, we're almost done. Study phrases in addition to single vocabulary. The next tip is study phrases in addition to single vocabulary words. So yes, of course, vocabulary is important, but I find it personally very, very useful to look at how a vocabulary word is used in a phrase. Because sometimes using it in a phrase helps you understand the nuance of that vocabulary word really, really well. So if like a word like crazy, for example, in English, depending on the situation where the word crazy is used, it could mean something different. It could mean like a person who is mentally confused or mixed up. It could also mean something really good. It could mean something really bad. So if we look only at the word crazy, it's quite difficult to understand really the meaning of the word. But if you look at the way the word is used in a phrase, you can get a lot more information. So take a look at the way people use words in phrases, not just as single vocabulary words. You can learn a lot more that way, I think. Do your daily activities in English where possible. The next tip is to do your daily activities in your target language. So if you're studying English, that means try to do some daily activities in English if possible. So this can be very, very boring stuff, but just think about it when you're doing the activity. So like right now, I'm filming a video for EnglishClass101.com, or I'm going to work, I'm cooking breakfast, I'm doing the laundry. What do I have to do tomorrow? So try thinking about your everyday life in English if you're studying English. Try thinking about your everyday activities, the people that you meet. What are you doing? So this is a way to help you practice your verbs. So if you don't know, if you're, you're doing something at work and you're like, oh my gosh, how do I explain what's the verb for, a picture? Like I want to blah, 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 a picture. What's the word? You can check a dictionary at that point and go, it's draw. I need to use the verb draw for draw a picture. So you can find these little gaps in your everyday life, these little gaps in your knowledge, if you think about your everyday activities in your target language. If you don't think about it in your target language, you might not realize you have vocabulary gaps or phrase gaps here and there. So this is a really good and kind of funny, actually, way to study. Use a learner's dictionary for new words. The last tip is to use a learner's dictionary for new words. So in English, there are learner's dictionaries available in English. So my personal favorite is Merriam-Webster. Merriam-Webster is a fantastic dictionary resource. They're so interesting and they have tons of like historical information. I really do just sit and like read things on the dictionary page lately. It's true. But of course, there's a definition, there's a meaning for words, there are example sentences for words, but Merriam-Webster also has what's called a learner's dictionary. If you find a word that you don't recognize, you can check it in a dictionary, in a learner's dictionary, and it gives you a simple explanation in simple English of that word. So instead of checking it in your native language, you can check it in your target language. So again, this helps you to understand the word that you're focused on, but you understand it from the language you're studying, not from your native language. So using a learner's dictionary can be really, really useful as well. All right, so those are 10 tips. Those are 10 tips to help you stop translating in your head. I know it's very difficult, but it takes time and it takes practice, and I hope that these are a few strategies that can help you as you study any language. Of course, this is an English language channel, an English language learning channel, but I think these tips are pretty good for learning just about any language, really. So I hope those are useful for you. If you have tried these strategies, or if you have any other comments or other tips, please let us know in the comment section below this video. If you liked this video, please make sure to hit the thumbs up, share this video, and subscribe to our channel too. Check us out at EnglishClass101.com for more good stuff as well. Thanks very much for watching this episode of Top Words, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Welcome back to Top Words. Today we're going to talk about 10 job interview questions and a few responses to those job interview questions. So let's go! Tell me a little about yourself. Statement number 1 is tell me a little about yourself, or tell me a little bit about yourself. This is a very common interview introduction question, or the first question in an interview. Tell me about yourself is just an open question. Please share, or basically introduce yourself. This usually means you should share what you studied in college, your work experience, any personal projects you've tried to do or have successfully done, other experience you think is relevant. So this is an invitation for you to give a general introduction about yourself. In an example sentence, well, I got my bachelor's degree in biochemistry. How did you hear about the position? How did you hear about the position? How did you hear about the position? This question means how did you learn about this job that you are interviewing for? How did you find this job opening? So how did you hear about the position? This is where you can explain maybe where you found the information about the job. So you found it on the internet, in the newspaper, you heard from a friend, you were contacted by a recruiter. So there are a few different ways that you can share with your interviewer how you found the position, how you heard about the job. In a sentence, I found an advertisement about the job on the internet. Why are you interested in this position? Next is, why are you interested in the position? Why are you interested in the position? This is your chance to explain why you want this job. Why are you interested in this position? So usually you should not say, for the money, or because this is a really, there are a lot of attractive people at this company. I don't know. You should say something in response to this question about your career goals, or maybe something specific about the company that you like, or something very specific about the job that is available there, and how you feel your skills are a match for that job. So explain why you're interested in that position, the reason you decided to apply for that job. In a sentence, I think I'm a good fit for the company and its goals. Why should we hire you? The next interview question is, why should we hire you? Why should we hire you? So this is your opportunity to explain why you feel you are the best candidate for the job. So if you have any special qualifications, you have certifications, you have specific experience, you have a specific goal in mind, this is the kind of question you can share that information in response to. Why should we hire you? Because I can speak 6 different languages and I know how to create a website in 10 minutes. I don't know. So if you have some kind of special qualifications, you can share those qualifications in response to this question. In another example sentence, I'm a goal-oriented person who likes to work at a fast pace. What do you consider your strengths and weaknesses? The next question is a common question. What do you consider your strengths and weaknesses? What do you consider your strengths and weaknesses? Or what are your strengths and weaknesses? So strengths means strong points, things you are good at. Weaknesses is your weak points, things you are not very good at. So you should be honest to a degree, but be careful. So this should be in a professional setting. Keep that in mind. It's a professional setting. If you want to talk about your weaknesses, don't say like, I eat too much chocolate, or don't say like, I love sleeping, or whatever. Talk about your professional strengths and your professional weaknesses. And also with your weaknesses, it would be a good idea to talk about how you improve those weaknesses, or how you work with your team members or work in a company to try to reduce the effect of those weaknesses. So for example, I'm very detail-oriented, but I often take on too much at one time. So like in my case, that's the case. Like I'm very detail oriented, but I often take on too much. So do too many things at one time. So I could explain, okay, so I'm very detail oriented, but if I'm trying to take on too much, maybe I say I communicate with my coworkers about what should be prioritized, and that helps me organize my time better. So when you introduce your weakness, talk about the ways you try to reduce the effect of that weakness. That can be one technique. So your good points and your bad points in this question. Tell me about a time when you overcame a challenge at work. Some interviewers may ask this question. Tell me about a time when you overcame a challenge at work. So it's not really a question. They're asking you to tell a story. So tell me about a time when you overcame a challenge at work. So they want to hear an example from your professional experience about how you solved a problem. What did you do to solve a problem at work? They want to know what kind of problem it was and how you approached the problem and the result of that problem. So you could say, for example, our company party was scheduled for the day before Christmas, but the restaurant exploded and I had to find a new place to have the party. I don't know. That's not, of course, a crazy example, but giving your employer an idea of how you solve problems and maybe the kind of mental state you have when you solve the problems can be helpful in making a hiring decision. So, in an example, when I was having trouble communicating with a client, I reached out to a coworker for support. What are your career goals? The next question is, what are your career goals? Your career goals. So not necessarily in this company, but in your career overall. In the interview, it's probably a good idea to include the company where you are currently interviewing in your career goals. But keep in mind, like, you should be explaining a goal, or you should be sharing a goal that is in line with the company's work. So if your goal is to open a cupcake shop, but you're interviewing for like an IT job where you're going to be like, I don't know, installing Windows 10 on people's computers, maybe this doesn't really match. So make sure that your career goal and the job you're interviewing for align. Those two should be kind of aligned. It'll help your interviewer and it will help you, I think. So in an example sentence, I want to create a global advertising campaign strategy. So maybe you're interviewing for a marketing job, for example. You could say that's your career goal. I would love to design a global marketing campaign strategy, for example. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? The next question, a very common one, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? This question means after 5 years, 5 years from this point in time, what is your vision for you? What is your vision of yourself professionally? So what do you want to have achieved after 5 years? So a good tip for this question is to explain where you will be having made contributions to the company where you are interviewing. So if I'm interviewing at Apple and Apple says, where do you see yourself in 5 years, Alicia? And I say, I see myself at Microsoft. Like, that sounds really bad. So try to share your goals for yourself in a 5-year period, but again, try to align them with the company where you're interviewing and explain like how you plan to contribute to the company and develop yourself professionally. That can be a really good way to answer this question. For example, I see myself in a managerial position in this company, working on multiple projects for multiple markets. Ooh. Why do you want to work here? The next question is, why do you want to work here? Why do you want to work here? So similar to, why are you interested in this position? That one's like, that question is very much about this job in particular. But the question, why do you want to work here, means why do you want to work in this company, like in this place specifically? So share something about the company that you like, or share something, some reason the company is attractive to you as a candidate. So maybe it's the location, or maybe it's the ability to work overseas, or maybe it's an international environment, or maybe you can use your English skills. Some reason why you're interested in working at this company specifically. Share that after this question. So example, I think there's a lot to learn, and I think there are opportunities for promotion. Do you have any questions for me? Last one. The last question is very common. Do you have any questions for me? Do you have any questions for me? Interviewers will often ask this question at the end of an interview, inviting the candidate to ask questions about the company. It is usually a very good idea to prepare some questions for the interviewer. So it's also a good idea to research your company or research the university you're interviewing for before the interview. So if you have questions about the company, company policy, that sort of thing, it's a great chance to ask your interviewer. Generally, however, it's not a good idea to ask specific questions about pay or vacation in the interview, as you can be seen as maybe being too money or too vacation focused. That might come a little later. If you say, what's the salary for this job? Like, unless it's a situation, unless it's a kind of a close situation, that might be too direct a question. But instead, ask some things about the company. Ask your interviewer what it's like to work there, what your interviewer thinks is good about working for the company, or maybe what your interviewer thinks the company's planning to do over the next few years. Ask something of your interviewer. So it shows that you are interested in that company and that you want to learn more and participate more with that company. So make sure to have some questions prepared when your interviewer asks, do you have any questions for me? So example question, what do you think is the most rewarding part about working here? So those are 10 job interview questions and a few different ways you can respond to them. So I think those are useful for job interviews, yes, but maybe if you interview for like a university or interview for a scholarship or something, you can use similar responses to similar questions. So if you have any questions or comments, please let us know in the comment section below this video. If you liked the video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel as well. Check us out at EnglishClass101.com for more good stuff, and thanks very much for watching this episode of Top Words. I'll see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about the top 25 English phrases. So let's get started. The first phrase is hello. Hello, of course, is used as a greeting. You can greet your friends, you can greet your coworkers, your family with this phrase just by saying hello. Hey, hi, what's up? Hello. Sup? Yo. Pretty much any time of day you can use hello. Hello. The next phrase is good morning. Good morning is used as a greeting in the morning. You can kind of feel when morning ends for you. Good morning is nice and polite. Or even just morning with your close friends or close coworkers. The next phrase is good night. Good night is fine. We don't use this to greet other people. We use it when we're saying goodbye to other people at night. Family members, particularly mothers and fathers, to say good night to their children before they put them to bed. You can say it to your friend in a text message or in an email if you've been talking for a while. Good night. So the next word to talk about is goodbye. Use it when you say goodbye to your friends, when you leave your friends. Goodbye. Bye, of course. Take care. Have a nice day. Peace out. That's another way to say goodbye. Okay, the next phrase is I'm plus your name. Of course, this is a way to introduce yourself. You can use I'm, in my case, Alicia. I'm Alicia to introduce yourself in any situation. New friend, I'm Alicia. Okay, the next phrase is what's your name? What's your name is used to ask someone else what their name is. So, what is your name sounds a bit try to use what's your name. If you forget someone's name, you can say, sorry, what's your name? Or sorry, what's your name again? Next phrase is nice to meet you. Nice to meet you anytime you meet someone new. Nice to meet you is fine. Good to meet you is a little more casual. Great to meet you sounds very excited. Pleasure to meet you sounds like maybe a formal situation or a business context. Okay, the next phrase is how are you? How are you it's just a friendly way to check in with the other person. You can use it with friends, your family, your coworkers, maybe even your boss to a certain degree. How are ya? How you doing? The next phrase is I'm fine, thanks. And you? If you saw English in 3 minutes, we talked a lot about this phrase. Instead of I'm fine, thank you, and you, say I'm good, thanks. How are you? Just shorten it, make it a little bit more natural. How are you? Good. How are you? Great. How are you? Not so good. How are you? Okay. And so on. So when someone says, how are you? I usually say, I'm good. This week, I blah, blah, blah. Give some information about what you've been up to. Maybe a hobby, something that you did recently, an event, something interesting you saw, whatever. People want to make that connection with you, and it's a good chance for you to continue speaking. The next word is please. Please is a polite phrase used when you want something from someone else. You can use this as a response when someone offers you something, like in a restaurant, for example. Would you like more water? Would you like something to drink? Oh, please. The next phrase is thank you. Thank you is used to express your appreciation. You can use thank you with everybody. The next phrase is you're welcome. You're welcome. When someone says thank you, you can say you're welcome. No biggie. I use no biggie as in no biggie is short for no big problem. The next word is yes. Yes, of course. Yes means is any positive expression. Someone asks you a question and the answer is a positive answer. You say yes, yep, uh-huh, yeah. Oui. No. Next, I'm guessing I know it. Yep. The next word is no. No is a negative response to something when you have to give a negative answer. So as you can probably guess, the long form of no is negative. I like to use nope. It's very, very casual. Not gonna happen. My parents would use that with me. To soften that a little bit, if you want to show a negative response to something, like let's go out for dinner tonight. What do you want to do? Like, do you want to go out? Not really. No, I don't think so, to soften it. The next word is okay, okay. This word comes from copy editors. Okay, when they had to check a manuscript, they had to label the manuscript all clear, AC, but because they were copy editors and they have a very, very sick sense of humor, they thought they would mark it OK for all clear to make a joke because O and K do not start all and clear. But it caught on among everybody in the world. Anyway, okay is used to agree with somebody else. Well, it can be used actually to express a positive or kind of a slight negative, I feel. Transitioning in your conversation, you can say, okay, now we're going to talk about blah, blah, blah. Okay. The next phrase is excuse me. Excuse me, it's used to get someone's attention in English when you don't know the other person. For example, in a store, a supermarket, maybe a stranger on the street, you need to ask directions. You can use excuse me. You can use excuse me in the supermarket. Excuse me, can you tell me where the hot sauce is? If you've done something rude in public, you can use excuse me. I personally do not do rude things in public ever. I'm sorry is the next word we're going to talk about. I'm sorry is used to apologize. When you have made a mistake or someone you know has made a mistake and you're connected to it or you just feel bad, you can use I'm sorry. You made a mistake at work. I'm sorry. You forgot to feed your cat. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. You bump someone next to you. Oh, sorry. What time is it is the next phrase when you need to check what time it is. What time is it? When you ask someone else what time it is, maybe you say this to yourself too. Check your watch, check your phone, check a clock. Pretty straightforward phrase. There aren't really any short versions, so that's an easy one. Where is the plus a location. So you can use this for a building or a store. We're not going to use this where is the for a place, a city name or a state name or a country name. To do that, you would need to remove the. But where is the bank? Where is the post office? You can use this to ask directions, to ask for help in your house or at work. Where is the copy machine? Where is the file I need? Where is the blah, blah, blah? Where is the bathroom is perhaps a very important question to know. The next one is, may I use the restroom? May I use the restroom is a polite and soft expression that you can use if you need to use the toilet, you need to use the washroom. When you're at someone's house for the very first time, when you're in a place that is new to you, you can ask, may I use the restroom? More casually, can I go to the bathroom? To be very polite, you can say, may I go to the bathroom? The next phrase is, I would like to order something. You can use this at a restaurant probably, or in any situation where you need to place an order. I'd like a pizza. I'd like a beer. Can I get the check, please? This will be used at a restaurant. When you've finished your meal and it's time to go, can I get the check, please? In a very, very casual situation, you can just say, check, please. That's fine. The next phrase is see you soon. See you soon is used with friends and family members, perhaps, when you expect to see them again soon after saying goodbye to them. This is used at the end of the conversation. You're going separate directions. You say, see you soon. See ya is also good, or just see you. To make it a little more formal, you can say, I'll see you again soon. Make a full sentence out of it that way. The next phrase is see you later. See you later is very similar to see you soon, but the point is with see you later is that you're probably going to meet that person again later on in the same day. The last phrase is really. Really is a very useful word because you can use it to show you're interested in a conversation with upward intonation. Really, really, tell me more. Or to show that you're not so interested in the conversation with downward intonation. Really. So there are many other words that you can use similar to really in this way, like seriously or oh, and so on. So it's a really good practice for your intonation. So those are 25 very common words and phrases in English. If you liked this video, if you like this topic, please subscribe. I'm sure there'll be a button here somewhere or a button here or wherever. But please be sure to subscribe to our channel because we're going to be doing more videos like this, and we already have more videos like this, so please be sure to check them out. Thanks very much for watching, and we'll see you again soon. Bye. Really? Oh, interesting. Okay, I see. Great, fantastic, unbelievable. Gratitude, subjects. What do we have for dinner tonight? Pizza? Affirmative. I'll riff on that. I am Chris Hardwick.
In this video, you'll learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in English. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. Welcome to the 800 Core English Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in English. But there's a twist. With each new lesson in this series, we'll include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at EnglishClass101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally, master English. Okay, let's get started. First is hello. 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 Hello is the most basic greeting that you can use. You can use it with your friends, with your family members, with your coworkers. Any time of day is fine. Hello. How have you been? Hello. How have you been? Hello. How have you been? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. So excuse me is the expression you can use when you bump into somebody or when you need to interrupt somebody who's working on something. It's a nice apology expression to use. Excuse me, how much is this? Excuse me, how much is this? Excuse me, how much is this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So we use I'm sorry in cases where we make a mistake. So I did something wrong or I did something bad. I use I'm sorry to apologize. I'm sorry, it was a typo. I'm sorry, it was a typo. I'm sorry, it was a typo. Good night. Good night. Good night. So good night is the expression we use at the end of the day when we want to say goodbye to someone or when we want to wish our family members a good night of sleep. Good night, Grandma. Good night, Grandma. Good night, Grandma. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. So nice to meet you is the expression we use the first time we meet someone. We don't use this the second or the third time we see someone, only for the first time. Please come in. Nice to meet you. Please come in. Nice to meet you. Please come in. Nice to meet you. How are you? How are you? How are you? So, how are you is used as a very general greeting. When we see our coworker for the first time or we see a classmate for the first time, we ask, how are you? Meaning, what's your condition right now? It's been a long time. How are you? It's been a long time. How are you? It's been a long time. How are you? Yes. 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 So yes is the word we use to agree with something or to show we think something is good or correct. You can use yes in any of those cases. Yes, this one please. Yes, this one please. Yes, this one please. No. 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 So no is the opposite of yes. We use it when we want to disagree or show that we think something is not good or is maybe not the best option. No, I haven't eaten yet. No, I haven't eaten yet. No, I haven't eaten yet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you is used to express your appreciation for something. You can use this after you receive a gift or someone does something for you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm. So I'm is the reduced form of I and am. It becomes I'm. Make sure to clearly pronounce that sound, like when you're introducing yourself. I'm John. I'm John. I'm John. Goodbye. 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 So goodbye is one way to say like something at the end of the day, usually, to say bye to someone. Goodbye sounds a little bit more formal than just bye, but you can use it to sound polite. Goodbye. See you again. Goodbye. See you again. Goodbye. See you again. Bad. 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 Okay, so bad is a word that means not good. You can use it to describe something you don't like or that you think is inappropriate. Be careful of bad people. Be careful of bad people. Be careful of bad people. Good. 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 So good is the opposite of bad. You can use it when you want to express that you like something or that you think something is positive. My teacher is a good person. My teacher's a good person. My teacher is a good person. Pretty. 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 So pretty is used to describe someone or something's physical appearance, something that we think is beautiful. I have a pretty girlfriend. I have a pretty girlfriend. I have a pretty girlfriend. Ugly. 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 So ugly is the opposite of pretty. We use this word to describe something that we think is not pleasing or is unpleasant. Ugly face. Ugly face. Ugly face. Easy. 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 So easy is used to talk about something that is not difficult. It's maybe something that's simple to do. Easy exam. Easy exam. Easy exam. Difficult. 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 So difficult describes something that is hard or something that is challenging to do. Difficult problem. Difficult problem. Difficult problem. near, near, near. Near is used to talk about something that is close to us. It's something that we can go to quickly and easily. I live near the university. I live near the university. I live near the university. Far, far, far. So far is the opposite of near. Far means something that is at great distance from something else. There's like a long way to get to something. The station is far from here. The station is far from here. The station is far from here. Small, small, small. So small is the opposite of big. We use it to describe things that are little. You can use it for concepts, for objects, or for people. Small mistake. Small mistake. Small mistake. Well done! In this lesson, you expanded your vocabulary and learned 20 new useful words. Click the link in the description and sign up for free at EnglishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you'll need for daily life conversations. You'll also get example sentences, custom flashcard decks, and more learning resources. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 25 must-know intermediate phrases. Let's get started. These are some intermediate level phrases that you can use in everyday life. You can use them when you travel, at work, in your studies. So I hope that they're helpful for you. They're for asking and answering questions. So after you learn these phrases, check out the link in the description where you can make an account at EnglishClass101.com and practice your English even more. All right, let's get started. How's it going? How's it going? You'll notice with how's it going that there's an apostrophe at the end of this. It's not how's it going or how is it going. If you say how is it going, it sounds too stiff. It doesn't sound so friendly. So we say how's it going? How's it going? How's it going means how are you? Like how are you doing? Or how is your life going? So it's like a friendly, kind of rougher, more casual way to say, how are you? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going with you? Fine. See, that's the correct response. How's it going? Fine. How's it going? Good. How's it going? Not bad. How's it going? How's it going? Okay, let's go on to the next expression. What have you been up to? 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 What have you been up to is a more advanced version of like, what are you doing? So what have you been up to means what did you do since the last time I saw you? What have you been up to? So what have you been up to? It's like, I've been blah, blah, blah. We're going to talk about this in the next expression. So what have you been up to? Or what have you been doing is another popular variation. What have you been up to? How have you been? How have you been? How have you been? More naturally. How have you been? Sounds like how have you been in everyday speech. So how have gets reduced to how of. How have. How have you been? How have you been? How have you been since the last time I saw you is what this means. How have you been? So that you sound also gets shorter. How have ya been is kind of what it sounds like if I slow it down a lot. How have you been? How you been, you might also hear too. So this means since the last time I saw you, what has your condition been like? Good? Bad? Busy? In most cases, the answer is just good. You?
Fine.
Fine. Anyway, moving along. I've been blah, blah, blah. I've been. This is the reduced form of I have been something, something. This is a good response to questions like, how have you been? Or what have you been up to? Numbers 2 and 3 in this episode. So if someone says, what have you been up to? You can say, I've been busy, or I've been working, I've been studying, I've been planting a garden in front of my house, I've been looking for a new car, I've been making videos on the internet. So I've been blah, blah, blah. So I've is short for I have been. So this is a present perfect tense expression. I've been something, something. You can use the progressive form. You can use an adjective here. You can use whatever suits your situation. So Yeah. What have you been up to? I've been sleeping a lot. How about something something? How about dinner? How about drinks? How about we do this later? How about something? This is a very simple and easy way to make a suggestion to someone. How about blah, blah, blah. So in fast speech, how about sounds like how about, how about, how about we, how about you, how about I, how about. So the A sound kind of disappears. How about we see a movie later? How about we go to the beach this weekend? How about we take a trip to Guam? How about we bake cookies? How about we go on to the next expression? Okay, sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't. So sorry, I cannot. This is a way to refuse an invitation. So to say, no, I cannot do that thing and I feel bad about it. Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't. So like, sorry, I can't, you can add like the thing you are refusing if you like. You could say, sorry, I can't go to the beach with you this weekend. Or sorry, I can't meet you for dinner tonight. I have to work late. Sorry, I can't help you make your treehouse. I broke my leg. That was very specific. Sorry, I can't cook dinner tonight because I don't know how to cook. When you want to refuse, and you maybe don't want to give specific reasons, you can say, sorry, I can't. I used this recently. Sorry, I can't go. Sure, sounds good. Sure, sounds good. So, sure, sounds good. You can put those two together. Sure means yes. Sounds good means like your idea seems to be a good thing. Like I'm hearing your idea. It sounds like a nice idea. So this is a good way to accept an invitation. Sure, sounds good. Or sounds nice, sounds great, sounds awesome, sounds cool, sounds fantastic. You can change your adjective there if you like. Sure, sounds rad. Do you want to something something? Do you want to something something? Do you want to plus an activity? Like, do you want to get dinner? Do you want to go for drinks? Do you want to ride bikes? Do you want to make videos for the internet? Do you want to study English with me? Do you want to, I don't know, do you want to get a Charizard tattoo? Already has one. Do you want to is a friendly and easy way to make an invitation for some kind of activity. When we say this expression, we kind of put the sounds together. So not do you want to, but do you wanna, do you wanna, do you wanna, do you wanna. So it's, you can imagine, it's like D apostrophe Y-A, W-A-N-N-A, do you wanna, do you wanna. Not do you want to, but do you wanna. Do you wanna go to the next one? I do. What do you call this? What do you call this? So when you don't know the vocabulary word for something, or you just forget it, you can use this expression. What do you call this? So again, that do you becomes reduced. Do you becomes dia. What do you call this? So to call something is like to name something. What is the name you use for this thing? So what do you call this? Like, what do you call this? What do you call that? What do you call these? What do you call this? So you can use that when you don't know the word for something, when you find something new as well. How do I get to location? How do I get to? So how do I get to, for example, the station? How do I get to this hotel? Means what is the path I should take to arrive at that destination? How do I get to the beach from here? How do I get to my house from here? Or how do I get to the bar from here? How do I get to work from here? So how do I get to is a much more natural way to ask for directions to someplace. So don't use how do I go or how do I travel, I guess, but how do I get to a location? And don't forget your to. Also, remember, we use that preposition to before the specific place name. So a problem that I hear a lot is how do I go to there? So we don't use to before there because there is not a specific place. How do I get to the station? A station is a specific place, or a hotel is a specific place. There is not a specific place, so we cannot use to with there. So how do I get there? It's fine, no to. How do you get to the next one? By scrolling down on the iPad. All right, let's go to the next one. Have a nice evening. Have a nice evening. Have a nice evening is a way to say goodbye at the end of the day. Many learners use good night at the end of the day, like with coworkers or maybe leaving a restaurant, like good night. We use good night when we're like saying goodbye to our kids or like when we're actually in bed, like with a spouse or like your partner, or maybe you say it to your children or something like that, good night, just before you go to sleep. When you want to say goodbye at the end of the day, use have a nice evening, have a good evening. That's a much more like natural and polite way to say goodbye at the end of the day. Have a nice evening. Have a good one, have a good one, have a good one. Have a good one means have a good day. So one here means day. Have a good day or have a good time or like have a good experience until I see you again. Have a good one or have a nice one. I think have a good one is probably the most common. Have a good one. So friendly, kind of polite-ish, I suppose. You can use this with your coworkers, with your friends, with your family members. But it does have, there's a little bit of distance there, I think. Have a good one. Okay, onward. Can I have item, please? Can I have item, please? Can I have something, please? So when you're shopping, you can use this to request something from the person working at the store. So can I have that shirt, please? Or can I have, for example, 200 grams of beef, please? Or can I have that pack of cigarettes, please? So you can use any item in this pattern. Can I have that thing, please? You can use singular, you can use plural, you can use a number here if you want, but can I have? And to make this more natural, not can I have that thing, please, but can I have? Can I have? Can I have is kind of more natural. Can I have sounds like can I have? Can I have this iPad? Yes? Oh, I got an iPad today. Number of the noun, please. This is used again when shopping and maybe specifically when you're buying things in quantity. So that means, for example, like when you're shopping for food, you maybe need to buy like fresh meat or fresh fish, for example, and you want a certain quantity, a certain amount of something. You can use number of the noun, please. So I used the example before, like 200 grams of the beef, please. So you're buying things in bulk. When you're buying in bulk, it means you're buying a lot of stuff at one time. You can use an expression like this. Of course, even if you're not buying in bulk, you can use this, like 2 of the blue ones, please. You can use that as well. So this is just a simple pattern to use when shopping. Number of the noun, please. How do I plus your verb phrase. So we talked about the expression, how do I get to a place? This is how do I something. So not get, but how do I, and then use a verb here. So one thing I hear learners do when they don't know how to do something is they use an expression like, please teach me this thing, or I don't know this. So to make a request for someone to show you something, you can use this pattern. How do I use this computer? Or how do I turn on this car? How do I sell my kidney on the internet? How do I learn English? That's what a lot of people say. Just do it is the answer. So how do I plus your verb. So that's a much better way than please teach me. Use how do I learn English? How do I study grammar? How do I read books? So use just the simple present tense form of the verb in this one. Again, another point here, pronunciation point. How do I becomes how do I? How do I? How do I do this? How do I do that? How late are you open? How late are you open? This is very useful when you're visiting restaurants or bars or like retail shops as well. The most natural way to ask what time a store or other establishment finishes is how late are you open? How late are you open? So if you ask this question, you will get the closing time as the answer. Like, how late are you open? 8. How late are you open? 10. How late are you open? midnight. Or how late are you open? We're open 24 hours. The internet is open forever. We have no closing time here at English Class 101. We're accessible always. How late are you open? So how late are you? So that are you is reduced. How late are you open? Are you sounds like how late are you open? We do not say how late are you closed. We don't say that. You could say when do you close? That's also okay. When do you close? But how late are you open? Do you have any plans for point in time? Do you have any plans for point in time? Do you have any plans for this weekend? Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Do you have any plans for tomorrow night? Do you have any plans for dinner? So choose a point in time, or kind of like I did with dinner. You can use meals here too. Choose a point in time to ask about another person's schedule. Don't forget for in this example. Do you have any plans for point in time? Do you have any plans for Sunday afternoon? Do you have any plans for Monday? So this is a quick way to ask about a schedule. Very nice, and it's kind of polite as well. Okay, on to the next one. My body part hurts. My body part hurts. This is an important and natural expression to use when you are not feeling well. So instead of like, I have a pain in my arm or something, or I have a pain somewhere, I hear many learners use that pattern. Instead, use my plus your body part hurts. For example, my arm hurts, my head hurts, my finger hurts, my stomach hurts, my back hurts, my face hurts. Because I got punched in it this morning. It's not true. Have you ever punched yourself in the face?
Myself?
Yeah, I did it once and I'm never going to forget it.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, I was trying to pull like the blankets up. It was like 6 in the morning. It was cold, it was winter. I tried to pull the blankets up and my blanket was kind of like shiny and slick, and I was like half awake and I was like, bam! So my body part hurts. My body part hurts. That's the quickest way to explain that you do not feel well in some way. My body part hurts. Don't forget that S. My body part hurts. My eyeball hurts. That's not something we would say. My ear hurts. My throat hurts. How much is this? How much is this? This is a cost-related expression when you are shopping. How much is this? How much is that? You probably don't need to use this so much because in most cases the price is clearly written in stores. But every once in a while you do need to ask, or you need to like talk to someone about a price in a conversation. So how much is this? Or how much is that? You can change that. Of course, you can use the plural here. How much are these? How much are those? In present tense. And you can also ask about past tense information. How much was that? For example, how much was your car? Or how much was this apartment? Or how much were those donuts? This is a very important question. How much did your sandwich cost? You could ask that as well. How much does something cost is another expression you can use. But yeah, how much did your sandwich cost? It looks good. Or how much for a dozen burgers to be sent to my office tomorrow at 1 o'clock? What did you say? What did you say? Native speakers use this all the time. You can use this too. Please, it's important, probably more important for you to use this expression, and don't feel bad about it. What did you say? Naturally, what did you say? What did you say? What did you say is a question about the thing the other person in the conversation just said. Like you couldn't catch it, or you think you misheard something, or maybe you didn't understand something they said. What did you say? It's a little more polite than just, what? So, what did you say? Yeah, anytime you need to confirm something that someone else said, you can use, what did you say? Try to use a nice intonation with this also. What did you say? What does that mean? What does that mean? And native speakers use this too. Like we don't understand everything. Like sometimes everybody needs an explanation. So what does that mean is a great way to ask for it. What does that mean in fast speech is, what does that mean? What does that mean? So the TH in that becomes like a S or a Z sound. What does that mean? So it connects to that Z sound in does. What does that mean? What does that mean? So what does that mean? It's like you don't understand something that's written, or maybe you don't understand the implications. Implications means like the background information of a situation. So what does that mean? Or you don't understand something someone else said, but they're gone. So you can't say, what did you say? You ask someone else, what does that mean? What that person just said, what does that mean? So what does that mean is another really important expression for learners especially. I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good. So if you don't want to specifically say like my stomach hurts or my arm hurts or my head hurts, you can say I don't feel so good. So this tends to be used more for like stomach problems. So I don't feel so good. I ate a huge lunch. I don't feel so good. Or maybe you ate something bad. Ooh, I don't feel so good. We often use I don't feel so good when we actually feel very bad very suddenly. Like in the examples I mentioned, when we eat something and our body is not happy with it and we suddenly feel sick, we might use the expression, I don't feel so good. I need to go home. So you can use this to talk about like a sudden and unpleasant feeling in your body. I don't feel so good. I need to go to location. I need to go to location. I need to go to location is useful for talking about errands. So errands is like small tasks you need to do throughout the day. We also use this expression when we need to visit the restroom urgently. So you can say, I need to go to the restroom. That's great. That's a very natural and polite way to talk about visiting the restroom. Otherwise, when you're talking about your daily tasks, you can say, I need to go to the bank. I need to go to the store. I need to go to the car wash. I need to go to the pet sitter and pick up my neighbor's poodle. What? That was very specific. So you can talk about your responsibilities with need to. Yes, you can substitute have to here. I have to go to the bank. I have to go to the store. Keep in mind also, when you want to use the negative form, I don't have to or I don't need to, you can, but make sure you use it with something you don't have a responsibility to do. I hear lots of learners use expressions like, I don't have to go to the bar today, for example. Like if going to a bar is part of your regular responsibilities, like you work at a bar or like part of your business is at a bar, fine. But if it's just something you occasionally do, it sounds really unnatural to use, I don't have to go to the bar today. So we use this in the negative form for things we can naturally and reasonably be expected to have responsibility to do. So keep that in mind when you use the negative form. Okay, onward. I have to. I have to. So my previous one was I need to go to a place. If you want to just talk in general about responsibilities, you can use I have to. I have to get up early in the morning. I have to study for my tests. I have to think of a new hairstyle for my cat. Yesterday I had to, past tense, I had to buy new clothes because my director was making fun of me for wearing shirts that they were falling apart on camera, because that's how much I love shopping. Yeah. So past tense, I had to buy new clothes yesterday, or I had to go out in the rain yesterday. So again, I had some responsibility to do that. So past tense, had to. When are we leaving? When are we leaving? I included this here because it's a common question, surprisingly, like when are we leaving? Not when do we go? That's one that I hear sometimes, like when do we go or when we go or something like that. Don't use those. Oh, sorry, Mr. iPad. The question is, when are we leaving? So we use this when we're at an event. We're at a party, we're maybe at work, whatever. You're going somewhere else with another person or with a group. When are we leaving? When are we leaving this place, in other words? So natural pronunciation, when are we leaving? When are we leaving becomes when are we leaving? Okay, so those are 25 must-know intermediate phrases. I hope that those are helpful for you. Many of the phrases that I introduced here are in present tense, but remember, you can use them in past tense and in future tense too. So don't stick only to present tense. Make sure to go outside of present tense and think about the different ways that you can use these expressions to talk about the past and the future. Okay, so that's everything for this lesson. Thanks very much for watching. Please make sure to click on the link in the description to learn more English at EnglishClass101.com. Also, if you liked the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel if you have not already. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Stevens. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to give an introduction to English tenses. For this lesson, I'm going to give a short introduction to when to use each of the English tenses. I'm also going to share an example of what that tense looks like in a sentence or in a question. So this is just a quick guide. If you want more information about any of these tenses, you can try searching the YouTube channel or our website for a video specifically about one of these tenses. So I hope this is helpful for you. Okay, so let's get started. The first group of tenses I want to look at is the present tense. So for today's lesson, I've organized it into three categories: present, past, and future tenses. So let's begin with the present tense. So in each category, I have four different tenses. I have simple, continuous, perfect, and perfect continuous. You might know continuous as progressive. They mean the same thing. Continuous and progressive mean the same thing for this lesson. So let's begin with the present simple tense. Present simple tense is a tense we use for general facts, for regular actions, and for schedules. So this is stuff that doesn't change. Like he speaks English, for example. She doesn't speak Spanish. That's a simple fact. For regular actions, so things you do every day or every week, for example. And schedules, so that means like a bus or an airplane or maybe a car schedule, something that maintains a regular schedule. An example, two examples of using the present simple tense. First, I work on Mondays. So here, work is my verb. I work on Mondays. Simple present tense. A negative, I don't eat lunch at 2 o'clock. So these are simple present tense statements. In this case, they're just simple statements of fact, really. Okay, so let's continue to the next one. The second tense is the present continuous tense. The present continuous tense. So present continuous tense we use for continuing actions, and that means actions that are happening now. So for example, I'm teaching, I'm standing, I'm speaking. Those are actions happening now. So we use it for continuing actions now, like physical actions. We also use it for trends. So things happening in your society right now, for example. So examples would be like, that TV show is becoming popular, or the world is getting warmer, for example. So these are things happening now also. We can use it for one-time actions as well, and this relates a little bit to future tense, which I'm going to talk about later too. But something happening just one time in the future, we can use the continuous form to describe that. So for example, I'm working this Saturday. So sometimes students ask, what's the difference? Why is it I'm working this Saturday and not I work this Saturday? Remember, we talked about the present simple tense. We use that for regular actions, for general facts. So if you usually work on Saturdays, you should use the present simple tense. I work on Saturdays. If, however, this Saturday is special and you don't usually work on Saturdays, you should use the continuous tense. I'm working this Saturday. So it sounds like that's not a typical thing for you. I'm working this Saturday. Okay. Let's go on to the third tense. The third tense is the present perfect tense, the present perfect tense. So we use the present perfect tense for general life experience or lack thereof. So lack thereof means no life experience, not having a life experience. So something that you did in the past, but not at a specific point in time. The specific point in time is not so important here, or maybe we don't know. So example, a negative example, he has never been to Spain. He has never been to Spain. In this case, no life experience of going to Spain is what this means. So this is an example of present perfect tense. Here we have he has. Remember, we need to attach has or have before our past participle verb form here. So for more information about this tense, you can check the channel. There's more information there. So let's continue on to the next tense now. The next tense is the present perfect continuous tense. Present perfect continuous. We use this tense for actions that started in the past and continue to the present. So something you started doing in the past, some point in the past, it's not always important when, but that action continues. So you use this a lot to talk about your studies, for example. We use words like for and since and maybe ago with this as well. So an example of this, I've been studying English for 2 years. So here we see I've been. This I've is the contracted, the reduced form of I have. I have been studying. So this is the continuous or the progressive form. In this case, I've used the word for. I've used for because I'm using 2 years, which is a length of time. We can use since. For example, I've been studying English since 2016. So we use since before a specific point in time. We can use ago as well. Usually we pair it with since. I've been studying English since 2 years ago. You'll notice when we use ago, however, we change from using, in my first example, 2016 to a length of time, since 2 years ago. So there are a few different changes you need to make there. But you can check the other video on the channel for more information about that grammar point. Okay, let's move on to the second group for today, which is the past tense. Let's look at the 4 points in the past tense here. First one is the past simple, or just simple past tense. Simple past tense is used for actions that started and finished in the past. So for example, I taught simple present tense earlier. So I used past tense. I taught simple present tense because the action started and finished in the past. Another example, I worked all night. I worked all night. So work is my verb. I use simple past tense worked because the action started and finished in the past. Another example, a negative, they didn't come. They didn't come to the party. They didn't come to the office. The action was in the past. It refers to something that did not happen in the past. So there was no action in the past, but it's over, it's finished. So we use simple past tense to talk about these simple actions that started and finished in the past. Okay, let's go on to the past continuous tense then. Past continuous is for actions that were continuing in the past. So this one is one we often use with a specific point in time along with it. So let's look at an example first. We were listening to music. We were listening to music yesterday, or we were listening to music at 8 p.m. When were you listening to music? When was that action continuing? At 8 p.m. or yesterday. So it's common to include a point in time with this grammar point. Another example, like I was doing something, something, ing form there. So this is one that's some people have questions about, like why should I use that? When should I use that? It's typically used in response to someone's question, like what were you doing last night, for example, or what were you doing this morning? So you want to know someone's activities at a specific point in time. You can use this grammar point to respond to that question. Okay, let's move along to the past perfect tense, our next one. Past perfect tense is for actions that were completed or not completed at a non-specific point in the past, at a non-specific point in the past. So this one is kind of difficult, and it's perhaps not used quite so much in everyday conversation. This is used a bit more in writing. This is a grammar point that's especially helpful when we want to show kind of a timeline in our writing. To show that an action happened before another action in the past, we can use the past perfect tense. So here's a couple of examples. First one, they hadn't departed yet. So here, hadn't is the reduced form of had not. They hadn't departed yet. And I had taken my lunch break. So we would use sentences like these if we're telling a story. So we're telling a story about the past, and we want to show that one action happened before another action. When we want to talk about the earlier action, so the thing that happened earlier, like more in the past, we use the past perfect tense. Then we can use the simple past tense to explain the action that happened closer to the present. So for example, I had taken my lunch break when I saw the delivery man came, or something like that. So you can see my second point there. That's kind of a strange example, but you see that my second point there uses the simple past tense. I saw the delivery man came. So I had taken my lunch break further in the past when I saw the delivery man came. So that's simple past tense. So this is probably more common in writing, but it is used in speaking as well too. So this is what we use past perfect tense to do. Okay, let's move on then to another challenging point, past perfect continuous tense. Past perfect continuous. These are sentences or questions for actions that started in the past and continued to like an unspecified point in the past. So the action has finished as well. That's a key difference with the present perfect continuous. With present perfect continuous, the action is happening now still. That behavior still continues. Key point though with past perfect continuous is that the action started at some point in the past and then continued and finished as well, but at some unspecified point. So maybe we don't know exactly when the action finished, but it's done, it's complete. So let's look at an example. They had been waiting since 3 p.m. So here, they had been waiting. This shows us that there was some waiting period. So the waiting started at 3 p.m. and the waiting continued and continued and continued. We don't know when the waiting finished, but this grammar point shows us that the waiting has finished. We're finished waiting. That's done. We wanted to talk only about this period of time the people were waiting in the past. So this is the grammar point that we use to talk about things that were happening over a period of time in the past and then finished. So this is something, again, we use when telling stories. We're showing a sequence of events, actually. Okay, let's move along then to the last group for today's lesson, the future tense. Future tense. Let's start with the future simple tense. Future simple tense. This is for actions that are planned or unplanned for the future. There are actually a lot of different things we can do to make the future simple tense. Some very common ways of making future simple are through using will and won't, and going to and not going to. And earlier in this lesson, I mentioned using the continuous tense, the present continuous tense, the ing form of a verb, to make statements about the future also. So there are many ways to make simple future statements. Let's look at a couple of examples. First, I'll have a glass of wine. This uses will, I'll. I'll is the reduced form of I will have a glass of wine. That's a future statement. Also, he's going to cook dinner. In this one, I've used going to express that. So these are just simple things about planned or perhaps unplanned. Like he's not going to cook dinner would be an unplanned action in the future, or something that's not going to happen in the future, rather. Okay, so let's go on to the future continuous tense now. Future continuous tense, this is for actions you think will or will not be continuing in the future. Something you think will be continuously happening in the future. Let's look at an example. I'm not going to be working at company A. I'm not going to be working at company A. So here you can see we have going to. I'm not going to. Plus, we have a verb in the continuous tense. I'm not going to be working at company A, meaning, in other words, I'm not going to have a job at company A, or I'm not going to continue my position at company A in the future. That's my thought now in the present about the future. So at that time in the future, like in 1 year, for example, I will not be working at that company, or I'm not going to be working at company A. So that's the idea behind the future continuous tense. Okay, let's move along to the future perfect tense then. So future perfect tense refers to actions that you think will have started some point in the future. So remember, you're thinking in the present right now. But this grammar point is used to talk about something you imagine in the future that starts at some point and you think might be continuing into the future, maybe. Something started and maybe continues. This is the idea here. So let's look at an example. I will have lived in China for 2 years. I will have lived in China. So here I'm using will to show it's a future tense statement, I will, plus have lived. This is the same thing that we use for the present perfect tense that we talked about earlier, that past participle plus have or has, but we're attaching it to a future tense will. I will have lived in China for 2 years. So when would we use this? So if, for example, someone asks you a question about your future and they say like, so where do you see yourself in like 2020, for example? Or where do you imagine you're going to live in 2020, for example? You can say, oh, I will have lived in China for 2 years. So meaning at that time, in 2020, I will have lived in China for 2 years. So that means not now, but in the future. At that point in time in the future, I will have started living in China, and that will have continued for 2 years. So that's what that means. That's a guess about the future, future time period, that something will have continued in the future. So again, quite a challenging grammar point, but something definitely to look into. So again, not used perhaps as much as the present perfect tense, but great for storytelling and for imagining your future too. Okay, so let's move on to the last point for today's lesson, the future perfect continuous tense. Future perfect continuous. This is a tense that you use similar to the last one, but for actions you think will or won't have started and will be continuing. So something that's going to have started again in the future, something started, and the action will have continued into the future. Example. I won't have been eating meat for 3 months. I won't have been eating meat for 3 months. So for this one, let's imagine that you decided last month to stop eating meat. So that's fine, actually. For this sentence, that's okay. You made a decision last month to stop eating meat. Then someone asks you about your progress, like how's it going? Like what are you going to do next month? And you can say to yourself, well, at that point, next month, by next month in the future, you can use this sentence. I won't, so won't, negative, will not. I won't have been eating meat for 3 months. For 3 months. So that means from the point in time I started it in the past until this point in the future. So not present, but into the future. This entire time, my behavior not eating meat, that's going to have continued. So you're making a guess about the future. So at this future point in time, that behavior I started in the past will have continued and continued and continued. And at this point, it will be 3 months total for that behavior. So we use this to talk about something, some future thing that will have continued or will be continuing into the future. So will have continued, meaning something that started in the past and continues into the future, or will be continuing, meaning it's still going into the future as well. So there are a couple of like very, very subtle grammar points to consider there too. So those are a couple of maybe tough grammar points, but they're really good for storytelling and for talking about your future as well. Okay, so I know that this was a lot of information in this lesson. If you have some questions about where to find more details about any of these grammar points, you can check the YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel has some resources for these grammar points. There's also some information on the website. If you don't see it on the website or on the YouTube channel yet, please have a little bit of patience. We are making new stuff all the time, and we'll hopefully have this available for you soon. So please keep checking back in with us. Great, so that's everything for this lesson. I hope that it was useful for you. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to leave a comment below the video. If you like the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for lots of other things that you can use to study English. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Imagine you're on a plane. There's someone next to you. What do you say? Hi, Alicia here. Introducing yourself in English is easy. In this lesson, you're going to learn how with Gustavo and Henry, who meet on a plane. Gustavo's moving to New York. His family is going to join him later in the month. Henry is in the seat when Gustavo gets on the plane. Let's watch.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Hi, how do you do? I'm Gustavo.
Nice to meet you, Gustavo. I'm Henry Edens.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please? A bit slowly?
Henry Edens.
Henry Edens.
That's it, but please call me Hank.
Hank, nice to meet you.
Now with subtitles.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Hi, how do you do? I'm Gustavo.
Nice to meet you, Gustavo. I'm Henry Edens.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please? A bit slowly?
Henry Edens.
Henry Edens.
That's it, but please call me Hank.
Hank, nice to meet you.
Here are the key words from the scene.
Hi,
Hi. Hi. Hi.
but,
But. But. But.
excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Two,
Two. Two. Two.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
How do you do?
How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? Here are the key phrases from the scene. How did Henry apologize when he realized he was in Gustavo's way?
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
In general, this expression, when used to respond to "excuse me," shows a friendly willingness to help the other person.
In this case, Henry wanted to show he was happy to move out of Gustavo's way.
You can also use it to apologize for a small mistake, like bumping into someone on the street or blocking someone's way in the aisle of a supermarket.
Now you try. Say Henry's line after Gustavo speaks.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Later, Gustavo also used the word sorry to apologize when he didn't understand Henry's name. Which phrase did he use?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
This is a very common phrase in English for many situations, but here, Gustavo uses it to indicate he didn't understand something.
Now you try. Say the line after Henry speaks.
I'm Henry Edens.
I'm sorry.
Because Gustavo did not understand something, he asked Henry to repeat what he said. To do this, what polite question did he use?
Can you say that again, please?
Can you say that again, please?
In response, English speakers will usually repeat what they have said and will use the same words.
Now you try. Ask the question after Gustavo says, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please?
Gustavo also wanted Henry to speak more slowly. To do this, what does he ask?
A bit slowly?
A bit slowly.
This is not a complete sentence, but has a clear meaning when used after, Can you say that again, please? In response, English speakers will slow their speech down.
Now you try. Say the phrase after Gustavo says, Can you say that again, please?
Can you say that again, please? A bit slowly?
After Gustavo said Henry's name, Henry confirmed he said it correctly. How did he do that?
That's it.
That's it.
This is like saying, That's correct. But since the situation was friendly, That's it sounded more natural.
Now you try. Say the phrase after Gustavo says Henry's name correctly.
Henry Edens.
That's it.
Now the lesson focus. Here's how to introduce yourself. Ready? Do you remember how Gustavo introduced himself?
Hi, how do you do? I'm Gustavo.
When Gustavo introduced himself, he started with, Hi, and then used a set phrase.
How do you do?
How do you do?
This is a polite expression people often use with an introduction. It sounds like a question, but it has no particular meaning, and there's no expectation the other person will try to answer it.
Next, he says,
I'm Gustavo.
the first part of this sentence is a contraction of two words, I and am. The am here functions like an equal sign in math.
I'm.
I'm
The next word in the sentence is a name.
Gustavo.
Together it's.
I'm Gustavo.
The structure of the pattern is
Hi, how do you do? I'm
plus.
your name.
Now you try. Imagine your name is John. Say, Hi, how do you do? I'm John.
Hi, how do you do? I'm John.
Now imagine your name is Aiko. Say, Hi, how do you do? I'm Aiko. Hi, how do you do? I'm Aiko.
Now use your name.
Okay, there are two additional things you need to know. First, there's a shortcut for giving your name.
Just drop the I'm from the final sentence of the self-introduction.
For example, if Gustavo just said,
Hi, how do you do? Gustavo.
Henry would have understood it was his name.
This would be especially clear if Gustavo extended his hand for a handshake while saying this.
In very casual situations, you can even drop the hi and the how do you do. All that is left would be your name.
The second thing you need to know is you can use I'm with just the first name or your first name and the last name together.
I'm Henry Edens.
Edens is Henry's family name.
Using both your first name and your last name is a little more formal.
It also gives you less privacy. For example, if people know both your first and last name, they can find you on the internet more easily.
So it may be more common for strangers to say just their first name than people meeting in a more friendly environment.
Next, you'll learn how to tell people to call you by a nickname, just like Henry did in the scene.
But please call me Hank.
But please, call me Hank.
The first word in the sentence is
But.
this word is not necessary, but it makes the transition to the rest of the sentence smoother.
Henry uses this to introduce a new piece of information.
And this information changes something about what he said before. But makes this clear.
The next word introduces a polite request.
Please.
Please.
Next is a request to use a certain name.
Call.
Call.
After this is the word
Me.
me.
Last is a common nickname for men named Henry.
Hank.
Hank.
Please call me Hank.
The sentence structure is
Please, call me.
plus.
Your nickname.
Now you try. Imagine your nickname is Matt. Say, please call me Matt.
Please, call me Matt.
Now imagine your nickname is Lulu. Say, please call me Lulu.
Please, call me Lulu.
Now use your own nickname. Say, please call me, and then use your nickname.
Finally, when you meet someone for the first time, it's polite to say a set phrase at the end.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Usually, both people will say this or something similar to it.
Now you try.
Nice to meet you.
Now it's time to practice your new ability. Let's practice.
This is your chance to introduce yourself. Try to remember what you learned and practice by speaking aloud.
It's your first day in the US, and you're meeting your new neighbor. Ready? Here we go.
What's the first thing you say to someone you've just met? Hi, how do you do?
How do you tell someone your name?
I'm name.
I'm Henry Edens.
How do you tell someone your nickname? Please call me your nickname.
Please call me Hank.
What's the last thing you say to someone you've just met?
Nice to meet you.
Great job. You've just introduced yourself. You'll follow this same pattern many times, so be sure to practice it. Well done. Now, watch the scene one more time. After that, go and practice with all your American friends, or with us in the comments. Bye!
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Hi, how do you do? I'm Gustavo.
Nice to meet you, Gustavo. I'm Henry Edens.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please? A bit slowly?
Henry Edens.
Henry Edens.
That's it. But please call me Hank.
Hank, nice to meet you.
Yeah! Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia, and today we're going to be talking about tongue twisters. Tongue twisters are phrases that are difficult to say, so they're really good chances to practice your pronunciation. Let's go.
Sally sold seashells by the seashore.
Sally sold seashells by the seashore. This one's difficult because of the s and sh sounds. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. Sally sold seashells by the seashore. That one's not so bad. Okay, okay, we'll move on. Next.
Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter.
I've never seen this before. Okay. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. That's a good one. That's a good one. I feel like you could have thrown the word like but in there somewhere too. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. Ah, that's a good one. It's very bubbly. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. It's like if I knew the words, I could probably say it faster. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. Butter's bitter. Bitter, butter, bitter. But she bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. Is this enough? I don't know when to stop.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
The next tongue twister is also a classic one about woodchucks. Woodchucks are real creatures that exist on the west coast of the United States, primarily in Washington and Oregon. They're like beavers, but they don't live in rivers. They live in like forests and rocks. The tongue twister is, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? And then there's a common response to that, which is, it would chuck all the wood that a woodchuck could if a woodchuck could chuck wood. We definitely talked about this one in that English topics episode we did about tongue twisters.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better.
Oh, I've never seen this. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better? Hang on, I'm just like astounded by the grammar of this sentence. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better. Oh, that's hard. It's the wetter weather better. Wetter weather better part. Those last three words. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter better. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better. Wetter weather better. Weather. It's the weather better that's hard. Weather better. Weather better, weather better, wetter weather better. Yeah, that's it. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better. Ah, on to the next one.
If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Did you write these? Did you write these? Did you find these on the internet? Someone's brilliant. If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Oh, that one's a good one. If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which witch would watch which watch? Ah, all right, that's the end. Wow, those are really good tongue twisters. The one that always gets me from that episode of English Topics that we did was Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Hard one. And one we came up with the other day was sushi session. It's a good one, right? Yeah. They were like, let's go for a sushi session. I was like, that's hard. Sushi session, sushi session, sushi. Ah, that's a really good one too. Irish wristwatch and sushi session. All right, so those are Those are tongue twisters. Give them a try. They are really, really great ways to practice your pronunciation. If you know any other tongue twisters, please share them with us in a comment so that we can all give them a try. Thank you very much for watching this episode of Top Words. If you liked this video, please be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Thanks very much for watching this episode, and we'll see you again soon. Bye. Oh my God, I want to have this job where I just sit at like my desk and I just think of, that's probably what somebody does, like they're bored at their job and then they just think of these sorts of things.
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Expand your vocabulary with our core 2,000 words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free English ebook before it's gone.